let's get this show started. So, welcome to episode 141 of the Art School live stream. A little bit of an introduction, as usual, for those that are brand new and those that might be watching this a little bit later on YouTube. What you're about to see here is going to be basically I'm going to be going through all of these submissions by students and trying to give the best feedback as I can. So if you want to learn more about this, if you want to have your art reviewed like this, you can find more information about the art program in question. That's going to be down in the description below. But essentially students from the art school program can attend every single weekend and get their art reviewed. So it can be assignments, it can be personal art questions. If you don't have anything to show that week, it's all good as long as the feedback relates to what we see in the class. So good to have you guys in here, and let's go. Starting from the first one here, Gailey. Hi, Gailey. I had a good week. I think we might have found an apartment. Or it's a condo apartment. I think it's a condo. Yeah, it's like a shared wall. So not quite a house. But I think we're just waiting for the lease back. So hopefully we can get that done. That was kind of a super lucky one. We've been looking like crazy. Anyways, good week, yes. Hope you had a good week too. So this week I focused mostly on a simple skeletal figure drawing. Also did some study on volume and the full figure. Interesting skeleton. But for every artist there is a different skeleton, so no problem here, The only thing that I don't listen to anything I'm about to say if you like this, if this works for you, that's good, that's all that matters. But I would think that these things here, and I don't show this in the classes, so that's why I'm pointing it out, but does that really help? Does that really help you? Like, I get it if they're always like perfectly placed, I'd like just the right angle for real hips. I have some hips and handy right here, just laying around, But yeah, so if you can have like something that's always angled perfectly, like two discs, to represent basically this whole thing here, always angled in the perfect V position, then sure, but otherwise I don't see the point. Anyways, so I would just make it like a block, is that any different than having like two ellipses, or just like a big cylinder, or just a big like rounded box maybe? I don't know, I'm just trying to find ways to simplify the skeleton, because the skeleton, the whole point is for it to be super simple. But yeah, anyways, proportions look good, so I'll stop digging on the little wheels around the hips. But yeah, proportions look really good. Maybe one thing I would recommend is to give a little bit more thickness to your arms. So like when you draw the joints, like draw them thicker, so that when you connect the dots, like if this is your joint, up here, when you connect those lines here, it will already look a little more like a real person, kind of like that. Because it's the same amount of lines anyways, so might as well just make them closer to what the final product is going to be. Yeah, great proportions here. And also like just thicker arms helps gauge the length better. When you have a leg that is this long, it's a little harder to see if that's correct, considering that maybe you're gonna have a lot more mass up here, the character is a little bigger, a little chunkier. Maybe you wanted the leg to be longer, maybe you wanted the leg to be more stumpy. Always try to have your construction match as close as possible the final result. So yeah, if your construction is going to be a little bulkier, just go bulkier with your basic shapes here, like the joints, the hands, everything a little bulkier, and vice versa. Maybe it's not an issue at all. Maybe this works perfect for you. So I just wanted to point it out. There you go. I hope that helps. Moving on to Sid. These are some silhouettes that I've been working on for the character design class. I know you said to start off with default body, but that's exactly what I'm having trouble creating. I will try and study anatomy further, so the contour doesn't look like a stick figure. Alright, so I'll try and study anatomy further so the contour doesn't look like a stick figure. Besides that, I feel like I can't move past very far from these silhouette shapes. Any tips to start moving away from complete black and adding details? Yep. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so that's character design, right? Character design comes with a set of required skills. So that's why it's a little bit later in the program, because yes, fundamentals. So body, anatomy, gesture, that's going to help with your designs like crazy, because then you can just play with the anatomy and just with that create some pretty interesting designs. Like you can maybe stretch the shoulders out a bit more, like widen the torso, stretch the character up, and like deform all the muscles, make them a little longer, a little wider maybe, and then turn like some of the muscles into, I don't know, like maybe some sort of carapace, like some armor or some like organic shell covering part of the body, but following the real anatomy, and that always looks kind of cool. So there's a lot there, like a lot of design that you could just get from having good knowledge of anatomy. So it's ton of content for your visual library. So if anybody's struggling with design, go back to basics, find the anatomy and figure gesture drawing, and that should help a ton with that. But when it comes to, yes, this, you have like silhouettes, and in your case, you probably have too good of an idea what the silhouette is. So like I would recommend that your silhouettes maybe be more abstract at the beginning, at least, because like this guy here, like where do I go from here? I'm having the same issues that you have. It doesn't really leave a lot of options left, to go from here. Like what I like to do at the beginning, especially when you're just kind of just trying to fish for ideas, kind of anything, is to do something similar. It's a similar result as looking up in the clouds and trying to see shapes, like, what does that remind you of? So you kind of do the same thing with your black and white silhouette here. So it can be, let's grab a bunch of random brushes in here, maybe, so. I'm completely destroying your drawing, but I'll show you kind of maybe like a different process that you can try. So now we have something that makes no sense, right? So what is this thing? What could we make out of this? So now we look at this and we try to see the shapes in the clouds. What if my brush came back that helped? What could this turn into? Maybe some guy holding a big anchor. Let's try that. And at first, like, it should be super loose, right? So that kind of stuff, where you're not committing to anything, you're just trying to explore. You're not attached to any of these. If this doesn't end up looking that nice, you're like, man, whatever, scrap it. I'm just trying to clean it up a bit. But what I'm seeing here is kind of like a dude that's kind of hunched over, carrying like this huge anchor on this. Anyways, that's kind of the process, and like of course you start to see shapes a little bit easier the more you do it. Well, that helps. Moving on. As you said last time, I used more of your methodology and tried drawing bodies from imagination that way. I haven't applied it to forearms though. Just have to rewatch the video. Got it. So I really struggle with female chest. Never managed to do something smooth, even after watching your class. Yeah, that's normal. It took me a long time for it to click. A long time. It was one of the last things to kind of make to really click. It really felt like that's what happened. For the longest time, I had trouble drawing breasts and hips too. It's different than our body, and so we don't see it as much. It's not part of the visual library as much. So That's what I blame. Like, this doesn't look bad at all. There's just a little high, you know, a little too high. It really helps to draw the chest first, the chest muscles first, because they are, at least in the way that I constructed, they're like the breasts are based on the position of the chest muscle. So, you know, imagine you have a chest muscle here, and if anything, it's good because it helps you gauge if your chest is too long, too tall, or too short, depending on where the breasts are going to land after that. So, but maybe that's for later. Let's say this is the chest, maybe a little higher. Usually it's taller than it is wide, unless you lift for a living. So let's say this is her chest here. Ribs, yes. So the breasts in this case, you know, they would kind of land on the halfway point here of that line. So take the line from the chest muscle, and this is what you use to kind of center the breast. So this one's lifted a little bit, so we're gonna do the same thing here. Lift it along with. Yeah, and then the shape is that's why it's good to think of the muscle, because it interacts with the chest muscle, you know, and how it kind of ends up in the armpit here. But really, breast tissue, what it looks like is kind of this. So a little bit of mass on the center here towards the torso, and then kind of like a bean angled towards the outside, and here you have kind of like the muscle taking over. So this is going to be hard muscle, hard chest muscle, and then here a little softer on the inside. If that makes any sense. But just positioning them properly, you know, like vertically, that's going to be a big change already. It's going to help a lot. Usually it's a little too high. So, and I'm not talking about you necessarily, but in general, people place them too high. But yeah, those arms look pretty damn good. Like the proportions that you have in here, nice clean lines too. Look at this. Ooh, yeah, that's really good. Like maybe, oh, I see what you're doing. So it's almost like like this is pointing back maybe a little more based on the legs, but the torso suggests that it's not. So I think to solve this, maybe just orient the hips and tilt the hips backwards a bit more. Like have the pubis kind of go in rather than kind of just go straight down. If that makes any sense. Like if you have the line of symmetry here, curve. And then you would probably see it on the inside here too. Gluteus maximus, gluteus medius. So if we could see through the body, this is where it would be. So maybe we can even push that down here a bit more. Yeah, this one's a trickier pose, definitely. And also, did you do these from imagination? Oh yeah, you did. Pretty good, you know, considering these are all from imagination. I think you did a really good job. Yeah, this one here again, like proportions are really good. And, like her shoulders pretty big, but the foreshortening, you know, is kind of convincing. Like we understand what the pose is all about. Maybe you could do a little bit more overlapping here in the torso, you know, because the torso itself is going to be kind of like this shape, and seen from the top. So you got your clavicles here, the neck hole, and then going down here, the symmetry line from the torso. And then you have your hips behind that. And then your belly button might be kind of here, like, but pointing down. So like you probably wouldn't see it facing us directly this way. You know, so just making sure that you have like this overlap, the two different pieces, so the chunk of the chest and then the other one, the other volume for the hips, clearly on top of one another. So one here, the other one behind, and yeah, because right now it suggests that your curve is kind of going on the inside instead. It might be the connection here, like it goes in and out again, but yeah, Just make sure that you have this overlap more clear. But otherwise, very nice stuff, Alessandro. Hope that helps. Moving on to Peyton. Ooh. So just finished my sister's birthday present, and I want such a good brother. I would never paint something for my brothers. Never. I wanted to know if there's anything I can improve before I show to her. You got a lucky sister. Anything to improve? Anything to improve? So the first thing that stood out to me is it's kind of just the color palette overall, and how it is pretty monochrome. Almost like all skin color, pretty much throughout. Like the skin here, not so different than her outfit. So maybe I would just introduce a little bit of contrast there in terms of the colors. All other types of contrast though, I think they're pretty good. Maybe this shoulder here, like her right shoulder, this one sticks out. That's nice. That works. Can imagine like her torso. Yeah, maybe it's just the shading, the shading around here, kind of suggesting that it goes from the chest and then transitions into the shoulder. So maybe it's just that it got a little too dark, so it almost looked like the armpit was like up here, like really close to the neck. I think that was my first impression here. Yeah, so it's just maybe adjusting the shading a little bit. I think that might solve it. Make sure that you have these stripes here on that one too, just so that it's clear that these two are the same. Initially, once again, like I thought this was kind of like a shoulder pad or something. Like I didn't realize right away, at least. Now I do, but I didn't realize right away that this was something similar. But on the other side, I thought it was like a different piece, maybe. And so I think just the stripes here might help. And maybe if it was a little bigger too. This one seems like smaller. Yeah, and then other than that, so a little bit of colors, maybe that could be nice. Unless this is like her favorite outfit, She likes the all brown outfit. Maybe that's the case. But just to give you like a little preview maybe of what color change could do to this. Let's just go with that. And shift. Basically trying to find something that's more complementary to the skin. So warmer skin, that's where you want to guide the eye towards the face. And so you try to have that be the warmest part, just like if you're walking in a forest and you see like a campfire somewhere and it's like a really cold forest. What do you want to do? You want to go next to the campfire, like this warm, cozy place. So that's what you want to recreate here. You want to recreate that snowy forest, cold forest, and find where that campfire is going to be. Let's just go with that. But any cooler color would work. I guess it's just like having that contrast. I think that's nice. But disregard that again if it's a famous outfit of hers. Who knows? Yeah, the last thing I think would be just in the shading on the face. So shading already helps convey a lot of the volumes. It's pretty good. But maybe we could tone it down a little bit around the nose, just so that it doesn't stand out as much, because nowhere else on the face, does it go this dark. So even in the corner here, it's still not as dark. So usually, what I use as a reference point for values when it comes to the face, if you want to take the darkest part of your face, it's usually going to be like around here, in the corner of the eyes, like up there. So what I would do, or like maybe around here, the hat, like color pick that kind of stuff here. So color pick this or this, and then use that to shade the underside of the nose, because that's going to be the darkest color ever. Then in your case, maybe just brightening everything a little bit more. Same thing like the corner, not the corners, but like the edges of the nostrils. Usually you can just do that with shading. No need to have like a black outline there. So it can just be the same logic, you know, as you have like a sphere here and like the skin behind. Skin, and then basically doing that, right? So that kind of shading here. So a little darker on this side of the nostril, and then a little brighter the front of the face. Of course, that might change depending on your light setup in here. But it's a good subtle way to do nostrils, because then you can still read the volumes, but it just doesn't have this rough, bold outline as much. But yeah, so shading around the nose, I think you can brighten that up in general. Yeah, Joe mentioning the eyelashes, that's probably a good point too. Like, you have a little bit of mascara here, but some eyelashes. Or if you're not sure, you know, if you don't want to draw like the individual ones, maybe you just add like a little bit of a haze around the eye to kind of suggest that that's the eyelashes, but maybe we can't see it that clearly, so it just looks like a blur. Just a little suggestion usually helps. Yeah, so to continue what I was saying about the shading on the face, so nose, and then maybe like a better shadow for the hat, because that's kind of a cool idea, you know, to have like the hat casting shadow on the face. Like, that's nice, you know. It's just not real obvious where that shadow starts. So maybe just maybe make that more obvious. Maybe it's up here. Because yeah, the light's probably the light from the sun, you know, she seems like she's outside, so that shadow would be very crisp, very sharp. So you would clearly see that line, and it would probably make it feel like it's a little sunnier anyways. But yeah, and for the face in general, less shading details, always the more, always better. So the softer it is, the more baby-like, the better when in doubt. But yeah, man, that looks it's a really good painting though. So hopefully the pointers help, or maybe help present different options. In any case, I think she's gonna be very happy, even if you don't make any of those changes. Well done. That's a good burrow right there. All right, Robin. Oh, right. Yes. All right. So I hope you're doing great. Yes. Thanks, Robin. So as promised last week, today we can watch the video of my game level. So it's still a rough state and also relatively short. I made about. Let me read that over here as I show the video. And now I'm a game streamer. So I made about half of the environment assets myself, and the other half is from mega scans and other asset packs. I need more coffee. My English needs help. I took out the enemies since I thought it would be too brutal with the gory combat system. Yeah, probably good. But if I manage to be live today, I can post another video so you can check it out. Check out the combat. With that said, everything is up for critique. And man, I did so much study in the last 2 weeks. I need to get back into drawing. Man. So like, yeah, first impression is pretty impressive. You know, it's all dark, so that helps. You know, it helps to hide a lot of the potential flaws. But you did a really good job. Super tasteful. I used to be a game developer, right? I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. So yeah. Yeah, like at this point, it's a little hard, you know, to see the individual assets. It's more like in general, like the art direction. I really like the image as a whole. Just the level of contrast, or I mean, again, like you get a lot of stuff for free, just because it's generated by the computer. But yeah, I like the fog that you have in here. Like it feels good. Maybe your character, maybe I'd find like ways to light up your character a bit more. So maybe if the character is like carrying a torch or something, or maybe yeah, like when it comes to the colors, like this is a good example of what I was talking about, you know, like mostly dark and cold like a forest, and then you see those little bits of warmth in the distance. That's really cool. Come on, play. Did the video destroy my intrawebs? Anyways, color wise I like it, so you know, pretty saturated, but it works with the like dark soul type of feel that I'm getting from here. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Yeah, saturation works good. Everything feels pretty big, feels pretty massive. Acid seems well integrated. But yeah, it's really the character. You know, the character is mostly just a shadow the whole time. So it'd be nice to have a better glance at him. Like, what does he actually look like? So maybe it's a matter of having, yeah, he's so dark, man. Yeah, maybe it's just a matter of having like more lights, or maybe more areas where he walks through and there's like, you know, torches on the side, so it kind of lights him up. That's the only thing I feel is kind of a bummer. You know, the character was super cool, super nice silhouette, but we don't see much of him. Like, it feels maybe a little empty, you know, like maybe more stuff here in the corners, like more dirt, and I mean it's not easy to do that kind of stuff, but maybe more like tiny debris, like more maybe vegetation that's trying to grow, that kind of stuff, like to make it feel like it's more run down, because like everything is broken in here, so it feels like it's been abandoned for a while. So maybe more of that, like the kind of nature kind of creeping in, but I mean, I'm just nitpicking. Honestly, it's really good. Impressive. Very impressive. I want to see more of this. All right. Well, let's just keep going then. Julia. All right. So, yes, I'm doing good. Julia, thanks. I went on to Anatomy 2. I'm on vacation right now and decided to deep dive into anatomy. Love to hear your thoughts about my practice sheets. As for my assignment last week, I didn't plan to make her thick. My intention was to draw the same figure, but in 4-point perspective. Ah, I see. That went kind of wrong because she... okay. Yeah, so that would be... So if she's supposed to be this one here, yeah, I think it's going to be, it's close, you know, so that's good to know though. So let's try to, what makes her feel wide is definitely her hips right now. So the hips and the shoulders a little bit too, and the shoulders are pretty wide. Like right now they're hugging the side of the container, and this one here there's a little bit more of a gap, so you could definitely kind of push those in here a little more, so that would already help a bit. And then it's really like the hips and the legs feel really thick, so maybe once again just shaving off some of that here, having the like getting to the width of the knee, like the real width of the knee a little sooner might make the leg feel more a little thinner. So it's not like a huge difference, it's pretty subtle, like already. And yeah, like definitely like the line here, the crotch. That maybe a little flatter, but because she's got like a really deep, you know, hourglass kind of shape. So for her, I mean, we could do the same. We just gotta narrow the waist here a bit. And since everything is connected, if you narrow the waist, you gotta make sure everything else that needs to be narrowed is also narrow. But I think that alone would probably help. In this case, maybe just pushing this up a bit, maintaining the distance here. And again, you know, like you'll see, we'll have the knees. The knees go down here like a cylinder. And then the lower leg will pick it up from there, but it's not like a continuation of that cylinder. It's a little offset, so a little back there. So you will have more of this this overlap, you know, this the knee effect. The knee will influence the silhouette more. And then the calf would start like back here, so a little higher. Once again, just because we're seeing this from above. Yeah, so in that sense, it was closer this way. You know, if you didn't want to make her thicker, it's just the hips that contributed a lot of contributed or suggested that. That's probably why I got it wrong. But to avoid that in the future, when in doubt, you know, use or try to get always closer to these proportions rather than try to match the crazy perspective. And again, like this perspective is super intense. Like I don't think you will ever do that, or not to that level at least. No, like you might use, instead of using this whole thing here, you might just use this much to deform your character. So, you know, if your character was positioned within this box here, it would be a lot less distorted, right? So the face, yes, we might see the face from below just a little bit, but not nearly as much as when it has to go to the extremes. It's the same with just basic perspective. You know, when you have let's say you use 3-point perspective and you're drawing stuff outside of that, you know, that fat triangle that the 3 vanishing points create. The second that you draw stuff outside of that, it starts to deform and to look warped. And that's kind of the same idea here. So, you know, the further up you go, the closer you get to that vanishing point up here, the more distortion you're gonna get. So that usually doesn't look that good. Distortion always looks kind of weird. So when in doubt, go towards that more, and it should look better. And yeah, so by that I mean going back to those kinds of proportions here. So the hips this wide in relation to the chest, you know, this one here is significantly wider. So just want to just bring those back so that it's not double the width. It's a little closer to something like that. But it's still a good exercise, and like you did a good job. Character still feels like we're seeing her in 4-point perspective. It's just that her hips, it felt more like a anatomy issue rather than a perspective issue. So in a sense, that's good. What up, bro? Looking good. All right. Yes. Nice studies in here. Nice. I like to see this. Yep. Very nice. Yeah, the only thing maybe for like the back here, I would suggest that, or maybe don't. Maybe it doesn't matter a whole lot, but for the lats here, like this in the store side, because this whole muscle here attaches at the sacrum here down there, and so yes, like the muscle will kind of just start here, So the way that you identify it is pretty good. You know, the muscle will actually only develop in this area. And then here in the back, that's going to be mostly just connective tissue. So there's not going to be any thickness there. But still the muscle attaches down here. Like all of that continues, you know, it's like you have the bicep and then the tendons going into attaching to the bone. That's the same idea here. So this is the bulk of the body, the bulk of the muscle, and then just the connective tissue. So you don't need to draw this one. Just keeping it in mind. You know, that's where the line continues and that's where it inserts. This looks very good. Very good, very good. Maybe here you could have the chest muscle continue a little bit in there. It shares part of the shoulder. They're kind of like, there's two tendons here, and this area of the shoulders, the chest muscles often squats the house here a little bit. Can have that extend a bit more. And that's the upper portion. So the lower portion, you're not going to see a lot of, but the upper portion here reaches out a little further back or further out. Other than that, very nice. Yeah, and you can kind of see it. It's hard, maybe not. Maybe it's hard to see, but there's like a little shift here in the shading. Here, 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 here. A little hard to notice, but that's the back muscle. That's your lats doing that. It's just connective tissue though, so there's not a whole lot of mass. That's why it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, once again, I would just have just keep in mind that the chest muscle attaches onto the arms, onto the humerus, so it needs to extend past the chest, past the rib cage, and reach into the arms. But yeah, other than that, nailed it. Very good. Very good. Moving on to Dennis. So I tried drawing muscles over some skeletons I constructed. I also started working on a portrait. Please let me know if the skeleton I drew was accurate, as well as the muscle placement. Get these off. Also, is the facial structure of the head I drew sound. Good structure. Maybe the neck. Maybe that's an interesting dip there. But yeah, that's good. Yeah. Of course, some shading here would go a long way to help make this feel less flat, but the lines, you know, even without the shading, all the lines in here, lines of construction, the placement of all the facial features, I would have everything I need to start shading this. So I think you did a really good job. Yeah, that's great. I'm really holding back to not go in there and start shading because it's a really good spot to do that. Maybe her chin's a little wide, you know, like she's got a really good square jaw also. It's pretty manly. That's the construction, but yeah, after that, you know, you can always kind of soften things out, round it out, maybe point your chin, something a little more feminine maybe. But yeah, that's good. Very nice. And these skeletons maybe look a little short, but other than that, good job drawing the muscles on. So yeah, like in just a little bit, you'll have all the knowledge that you need to draw the entire body from imagination based on the skeleton that you created. That's pretty cool. All right, later, Robin. Thanks for swinging by. Yeah, honestly, not a whole lot here that I can say. Proportions based on what you have are pretty good. And like I said, the character's a little short, but you could just scale them up vertically and I think it'll be fine. You know, might need to adjust the head a bit, but and maybe he's got a little short neck. Maybe you could extend that a bit. Yeah. Bruh, you did good. That's all I got. Very nice. That was easy. Preston. Ooh, yes. Oh, a lot of studies. I like. Alright, so this week I used your advice from last week and practiced construction by breaking down the body in simple forms, then adding muscles to them. I first copied it as best as I could, then I traced away the reference, breaking it down into simple forms, then hid that and tried to do it by just looking at the reference. Lastly, I took the trace to construction and added the muscles, also practiced females because I don't have much experience drawing and painting them. I think this was pretty good practice. Do you think this is effective? Hell yeah. I mean, on paper, this is the perfect practice. So it's actually going to be the subject of future YouTube videos, but I'm probably gonna be saying the same thing that you did here. So really good job. I don't have as much experience drawing and painting though, so I think that done. Also, I didn't focus on the face and hair for the fully rendered one, so ignore. Got it. This one here. Excuse me. All right, good job on your references too. These are probably poses that you'll use more often than somebody in like a crazy pose. So it allows you to analyze it better. All right, so construction. Yeah, man. Really good, really good. So this forces you to tackle like the same problem, but from a bunch of different angles. Has you observe first and then kind of organize what you've observed and turn that into a tool that you can then reuse to create something more from scratch, less attached to the reference. Very good exercise. Yeah, really not much to say about this one. Very good. I mean, maybe like a chest muscle, it could be a little. I'm nitpicking here. That thing doesn't really change a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, like the chest here, he's got much longer chest. And I think it's just longer torso overall. But yours kind of works with the more stumpy torso. Because if you made the chest look or the chest bigger, then you wouldn't have enough room for the abs. So I think it's just a matter of just scaling up the entire figure vertically. You'll be all good. But muscles look good. Proportions look good here. Yeah, no, it's nice. Very nice. Yeah, and the most important in all the steps here is this one right here, because this is what you're going to use to pose your characters, when you draw characters from imagination. And so yeah, if you know how to add the muscles, that's just overall like anatomy knowledge, but that will keep getting better and better with time. But the most important step is this here. So as long as this step is getting easier, as you practice this more and more, then perfect. Then you know it's working. Yeah, love this. Love it. super nice shading too. Love the this is one of my favorite color palettes for skin. Kind of this more cheesy look, like literal cheese. Nice. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Mina. When I first thought about this painting before doing it, I wanted it to get me out of my comfort zone. I never draw or paint backgrounds, let alone characters and background together. So I was left very unsatisfied with how I did it. So kind of left it unfinished. No details in the books. I'm also aware that composition is not really good. I just started term 6 and watched the composition lecture. What bothers me the most is the colors and lights. And not only in this painting, but generally speaking. I have this problem to make muddy colors on screen, which I don't have a problem with traditional art. And even though I use different layer modes, it always looks kind of weird and unrealistic. And it never gets the light effect that I want. Also, didn't use any reference for this, but even when I do, I encounter the same problem from time to time. So my question is, how to improve that? I watched a lot of videos, and it's not that I don't really grasp the concept, it's just that when I try to do it, it always looks unnatural. And it seems like I'm making the same mistakes over and over again. We don't want that. All right. So, composition-wise, I honestly don't have much to say about it. It's not a bad composition, so I could totally see myself doing something like this. It's almost like you're making... It's like the characters sharing the same amount of space as the books, so it just puts a lot of importance on the books. That's it. That's all it does to me. You know, you could argue that she's kind of at the third, you know, more or less. So like this is good, you know, that's your focal point. That's pretty good. She's got a super cute face. Got nice colors overall, you know, cool colors, warm colors. And yeah, it's just like, it's a strange composition, but it kind of works, you know. So you have kind of like the symmetry down the middle. So she's on her side, kind of like her cool side. This is the warm side. Kind of interesting. So maybe, you know, maybe you could play with that a little more. Like she's like she sees the books as like a person. It's so important to her that they have their own personalities or something. I don't know. This could be a lot of cool like subliminal, not messages, but like meaning, you know, deeper meaning to this whole thing. And you say your colors are muddy. Are they? It's just like, I don't know what you're referring to, you know, when you talk about traditional art, like what's not muddy for you. We'll kind of have to see that, because I mean, muddy is just what's gray, you know, having too much gray in it. So just increase saturation to get rid of muddiness. I'm not exactly sure about what you mean there, the muddiness part, but yeah, let me know. If anything, like I would just crank up the lights in here. I think that'd be quite nice. So when you have a lot of lights, you just want to have a lot of bounce light too, so it comes with it. So what could we do here to increase the light amount? Maybe make this whole thing a little bit more blue. Cooler, because we're about to warm things up a bit. Balance. Try that. Ooh. nice warm light. Because with lights, you know, lights always brighten things up. It removes the mud because it removes gray, especially if you're painting with warm colors. But that, I don't know, like that could be kind of cool. It's exactly what you had. It's just like we're just punching up the contrast here. Maybe you can add some bounce lights. Oops, don't need to do that. Maybe around her face. Make her read better. A little more saturation. And yeah, of course, like now the light doesn't really work that well. You would have some cast shadow in here, and like the books here would probably not get any of that light because that's a shelf. The shelf, back of the shelf, not gonna get lit up. But yeah, these books might, and yeah, like with a little bit more details in here, and like, oh, that could be so good. That could be so nice. Yeah, so my cure for muddy colors is always more light. Light and overlay mode. So this way it's impossible to get muddy colors when you use that, because it just brightens up everything and it adds more saturation. It's just it's something that adds to the colors that are already there. And muddiness by default is the lack of color, and so fixed, I think. Yeah, honestly, like I really like what you have here. I would just make it more extreme, more intense, more contrast, because everything works so well. Such a nice, cool scene, cool illustration. Yeah, like everything reads well. Like usually I'll often say, oh, the character maybe, character doesn't pop from the background enough, but that's not a problem here at all. That's all I got for you, Mina. I think you did really good here. Love it. Maybe her hands is like the weakest part of the image. She's got a nice face, nice stylized face, but the hands a little more. I think it's just like the line art too. It's not as clean here, so like we notice it more. Like, oh, it's a little choppier here. And yeah, with the fold, you could also use the new light in the scene, or like the light in the scene here to add a bit of shading here to these folds, make it look more 3D. Yeah, that's it. Very nice. Oops. Power of light. Marta. Let's save. Alright. I am doing good, Marta. I hope you're doing good too. So this is another commission I've done this week. It took me a bit more time. A bit more than 6 hours. I consider it finished, but I'd like to know your opinion on it, as the lighting was quite a challenge this time. Yes. References for the face, references for the lighting. Yes. Very good. So far, so good. So the commission was drawing the person's World of Warcraft character with the face above. Use lighting as if she was holding a lamp. Check, check. I found the candle picture on Pinterest, but I had to make some pictures of my hand holding something so I could include the lamp. The lighting ended up being slightly different from the rest. Yeah. Yeah. No better reference than yourself, especially for stuff like that. One thing I really like about this one though, and one thing that you should do, is that you can see the lights here through the fingers. The only reason I'm saying this is because right now it doesn't really feel like she should be this bright if the light is down here, and also like she would have a lot of stuff in the way to cast shadow on her face. You know, so if the light's down here, like all this fur, that's blocking the light onto the face, so she's not gonna get any light here. Probably not because of this here too. So the neck probably gonna be all in the shades. The hands might also like get in the way, maybe like towards the forehead here. Yeah, like this whole thing, I might block even more light than I think. Not that it's not cool, you know, that might actually be pretty cool. But the way that the light is, and like the position of the light right now, I don't think it works for this scene. So it would work if it were the same, you know, if it was a little higher here, if it was through her fingers. And you're like, oh yeah, it's a more direct path. Maybe you still get a little bit of shadow here, you know, like this thing is kind of in the way, so it might block some light to like part of her chin, maybe just a little bit, the neck. But this way feels like the light's a little more direct. Seems like you wouldn't have as much issues with shadows. But yeah, the hands look great. Shading on them, very nice. The only thing is, like that one here seems a little smaller, maybe. Yeah, I think it's just like maybe just that here. Like push that back, because looking at the side of the hand here, you know, it's pretty long. Got a good hand. This one pretty short, so you just want to get more similar. Extending that. So just get a bigger palm, more consistent with the other one, and that's gonna make her hand look bigger anyways, without having to touch the fingers. But yeah, now with that light, you know, you see the problem. Now the top of this hand would need a little bit. So probably the easiest in your case is just to add a little bit more shadow in the face, you know, to consider that the stuff here is kind of just blocking the light. And so you're just gonna need to add shadows on the face, and that's about it. Maybe easier that way. Other than that, this lighting, ooh, very nice, very nice. The only thing that I kind of prefer with the reference is that there's less light, you know. She feels it feels a little creepier in the reference, just because, yeah, the light doesn't reach as high here. So like her forehead, you know, is kind of all gone in the shadows. The side here where the hair meets the face, like a lot of the light's kind of lost here. Maybe that could be cool. I'm just using black here, so it's not gonna get too good, not gonna look too good, but you know, because the forehead is, you know, it faces up right now, right? So my forehead, if I look straight, it's pointing slightly up, like a unicorn. Ooh. So that's the face that you have to keep in mind when trying to calculate the light. So if the light's coming from below, I was just trying to imagine this character from the side view. So you got the character here, shoulder, torso, hips, you know, whatever. And she's holding these this bit of light like this, and let's say the light is this blue thing right in here, right down here. We got this side of the face here, so forehead, eye sockets, nose, other side of the nose, lips, under lip, chin. Beautiful. So now you can kind of look at this and go like, oh, the chin's gonna get a lot of light. Good. Next, Oh, the underside of the lip. Both lips gonna get a lot of lights. Here. And here. More lights. More light, because this is facing the light source more directly. And maybe the bottom lip here is gonna cast a little bit of shadow on the upper lip. So you can kind of darken that here. It's tricky, right? Because now you have a bunch of things that you need to keep in mind. What's blocking the light from what? But maybe a little bit more here. It could be more red. That doesn't really look like your lips now. Anyways, like it's not the right color. I'm just using yellow, but hopefully you get what I mean. And then we have on the side of the nose, like this part of the nose, a lot of light. Yes, check. And then top of the nose, no, it never reaches it. So probably you could remove some of that light up here, because the light from the candle or from whatever she's holding is not gonna reach here. Might be some bounce light in the scene, maybe some light from above, like the blue light from the sky. Yes, that might contribute to making this a little bit lighter, but it's not gonna be the light from below. And then up here, so on the inside of the eye sockets, yes, lights in here. Correct. And then top of the head, probably not, you can't really land there a whole lot. Maybe a little bit, just like in the reference, but probably less than that. So that's kind of what I think about, when trying to imagine lights. Think from a different angle, maybe something that's easier to visualize, where we can clearly like draw the line of the lights to try to imagine what that would look like better. And then again, she's got like this furry stuff here in the front. Let's see, it goes like this. How is that blocking the light onto the face? Maybe light reaches from the cheek, the middle of the cheek and up, but the side of the cheek here is all in the shadows, so you can kind of use that again, so this would be in the shadow. Yeah, well, that helps. Very nice painting. It's very striking, like the blue and the blue from the back, like the coldness of the background with a little bit of rim light here, the warmth in the front. Powerful stuff, That's like not by the books, but it's following every rule like really well. So yeah, you end up with a piece that looks beautiful, striking, works from any distance. Like maybe you could brighten up the background a bit more, or like highlight the back here so that the shoulders, the silhouette of the shoulder remains clear, even on the sides here. But yeah, and like towards the top of the hair, if it's bright here, why not on top of the head too? Probably the light reaches there as well. Maybe not. But that's all I got for you. Nice stuff, Marc. Luisa. Well, you made it look pretty cool, so all I did was poke at it. Alright, so I've been studying the construction of the head this week, as well as how to draw the ear. I have troubles drawing circles and ovals, but I'm confident it will get better in time. Damn right it will. Let me have a little bit of water. My daughter brought me the water today, so kind of a cute cup. It's just water. All right. So practice the exercise shown in the lesson and I used 3 models to draw the head position and to place the ears. Please let me know if they are correct. Very nice. Later, Marta. Thanks for hanging out. Nice. Your ellipses are pretty damn good. I mean, not perfect. Yes, you know, there's still room for improvement, but they are elliptical. Is that the word? They are ellipses. At least, you know, they're not some weird, like weirdly shaped bananas. They are round. They're all in what seems like good proportions for the most part. And most important is that these lines here kind of follow each other. You know, you don't want diverging lines here. So this one, that would be divergent. That's not good. But it's not, you know, in your case, you're following everything really, really well, making sure that the distance between here, you know, that they remain parallel essentially. And that's the key to get good construction. As long as each of the things, each of the components are are relative to each other, well positioned, then you're all good. Even if it's a little shaky, that doesn't matter. As long as the relationships stay intact, which it does. This one may be a little more baby-like, you know, like this is more like a sphere. There's not a whole lot of chin there. But then again, it's just the size here that's just a little too short. So maybe one trick you could use is to like to make sure that the ellipses here are big enough. Kind of imagine like a perfect square within the shape, and like the height of that square is going to be the height of that ellipse. Ellipse. It's a little harder to visualize when it's at an angle like this. Yes, you know, not the easiest, but it doesn't matter because it's always going to be the same. You can always trace a square in here, so it doesn't need, you don't need to orient the square in the right way. Maybe that's something I should add in the class. And then this gives you kind of the size, the height of your ellipse. That should be approximately that. Of course, the better, you know, the better your circle is, the more accurate this is going to be. But as a kind of a quick preview of the height of the ellipse, maybe do that. Good night, Peter. Yeah, because all of these are great. Other than that, a little shaky. Line's a little shaky, like you mentioned, but I would have no problem going in here and like adding the facial features. Everything looks really, really good. Everything's placed properly. Yeah, those are great base heads. Hey. Yeah, nice ear. Hello. Yeah. Maybe a little less blocky. So the first one and the last one, they're pretty close. I think they're the best ones. I mean, this one still works. It's just not quite the same angle. Like she's definitely more tilted this way. You know, it's almost like you take this and you tilt it down a bit more again, rotating the head around that axis. And it's just, yeah, all it means is that the nose here, like we won't see much of the nostrils because we see the top of the nose. So probably nothing down here. And the nose would just need to slide down a bit more. Like all of that would need to just slide down some more to match that perspective at least. Oh, she's pissed. Why did you do that? Nice. just here chop that out. Boom. You got a nice place for your eyes. Very nice, well constructed. These are the good looking heads. Constructions. One thing I would recommend though is that you start to attach the neck to that. I know, so kind of continue, because this always looks a little weird, you know, when you have kind of like nothing there, like head's been chopped off. But in reality, of course, we have kind of like the neck continuing here. So you don't need to draw the whole neck, but just kind of like the start of it, as if, you know, something like that. Because that's going to help you a lot when just attaching the heads to the body. It's getting you used to that. Seeing the neck here attached to the head in different angles. Because your head's good enough. I think you could definitely add that in there. Increase difficulty a bit. And ease your transition eventually when drawing, or when you start to attach those heads onto the actual bodies. But yeah, I hope that helps. Very good. Laura. So I took a break for a while, but now I'm back into learning again. Yes. Also, I started the screenshot redraw of a character with many different organic structures. It's still in progress. I only managed to finish his outlines yet. I'd appreciate if you could give me your opinion on it. Wee. Moko's angry. That's a tricky drawing. There's a lot going on in here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. You know, for this to be extra worth it, to be a good exercise, to be a better exercise, I would need to see the construction. So what led you to this? Because it's not super beneficial to just look at a reference and try to kind of just copy it the way that you see, without there being any analysis of your observation. And so when you have to translate it into geometric shapes, simple volumes, and use those volumes to draw it first, position everything in perspective, and then add the details on top, that it's the same as essentially, you know, if you're a mechanic, like you deconstruct the entire car, you look at everything, and then you build it back up, and you can only do that if you're able to break it down in the first place. So that's the idea, that's the process. You know, you break down the body so that you can recreate it in different ways, in different with upgrades, maybe different parts, different proportions. So whenever you work off of a reference, always have that in mind. You know, you need that analysis at some point, that deconstruction. So what would be, maybe you did that, I don't know, but what would be best for this, if you didn't, would be to break this down into its basic shapes, and maybe you can improve this pose. You know, the guy's an artist, he's not perfect. Likely there's a few mistakes in here, especially it's just like one frame of a show, so not every frame gets, you know, 100% of the attention. They're just one frame of many every second. So yeah, so anyways, like what we do here is like, okay, looking at the head. All right, the head, then you have the body down here, shoulder back there, this shoulder in the front, holding something, so that's kind of like a cylinder. That's his hand here. Back there you have the elbow going back, and then the forearm kind of taking over here, then the hand, and then the hips, and then you kind of reconstruct the whole body this way, so that you make sense of it. It makes sense to you because you constructed it, and then after that you can slap on the details and kind of use the reference a little bit more, or rely on the reference a little more heavily to finish up the details. But always think of it this way, so that you make the best out of these studies, exercise. But it's a really good drawing though. You did a really good job. Love the line quality here. Very nicely done. Everything reads super well. Yeah, maybe the face is a little bit more off than the rest, and like the face is the first thing that we look at, right? So I think maybe the eyes are a little too close together. Yeah, like his face is more of like a V, you know, like this, and the eyes are like up there. In your case, I think the cheek maybe wraps up a little too soon. Maybe you could just extend that, or whatever, just pull the eyes apart a bit more, making sure there is at least one eye width of distance in between the two. His mouth also seems a little lower. Now he's got makeup. So what's tricky with anime, you know, or just manga in general, is that everything is so simplified. They take out any fluff in the face, you know, any detail that doesn't convey emotions, that doesn't serve in their animations, they take it out because it's just more stuff to draw. And why draw more stuff when you don't need it? The issue with that is though, when you have nothing left, when you just have eyes, like super simple eyes, nose and mouth, and that's it. The second that you make a little bit of a mistake there, you know, it's very visible because there's nothing else to kind of save it. So always be careful when drawing anime. Always make sure that it's based off real construction, and that the anime like style is just a style that you apply afterwards, after the construction is done. So I would still, you know, measure the face properly, where everything needs to go. And after that, once you know where it should go, then you can apply kind of like the style pass to have it look however you prefer. Yeah, so that's all I got for you, Laura. The end result, very good. Nice drawing, super clean. Everything reads well. Just the anatomy, maybe, would be the last thing I point out. So like this arm here, it's a little strange. Like here you can more easily read, like that's the bicep right here, tendons, forearm begins right behind. So it's more of an overlap of shapes again. Here too, forearm, upper arm, shoulder behind. So we feel those segments a little more. So yeah. Not a big change, but yeah, that's all I got. Moving on to Chelsea. All right, so I hope you're doing well this week. Yes, ma'am. I continued working on my head anatomy this week when working from reference. I haven't got the likeness right yet, but it's getting better the more I do it. Any feedback, tips are greatly appreciated. No, nice. Nice reference. Yes. Bold shapes, no colors to get in the way, no makeup to get in the way, no eyelashes to get in the way. Yeah, that's really good reference. See everything very clearly. Jeffrey's not gonna be that different, to be honest. It'll just take longer, you know, because there's gonna be a lot more undo. But I get a lot of practice with the mouse. I don't always use my pen, so for a lot of stuff like a lot of more like graphic design kind of stuff, you know, I'll just use the mouse, because I've used that for so many years before I switched to, not that many years, but for a number of years before I switched to to the pen tablet. So it kind of comes easier now. That's only because I suffered so much initially when I didn't have a choice, when I was too poor. Yeah, it's just like, it's the same as using tools that don't work that well, you know. Like trying to screw something in, and like the screwdriver is kind of loose a little bit, so like every like 2-3 twists it misses, you know, it screws nothing. That's kind of the same thing. That would not be fun. Yeah, so the construction here, very nice. So that's the line's super shaky, no problem, you know, they'll get better. But the construction of it is nice. That's on point. Yes. I can see what you did here. So shaky ellipse, but it's an ellipse. And it's pretty good. Pretty elliptical. Elliptical? Elliptical? Whatever. And then the center one here follows the same curve. So very nice. Yeah, that head construction is awesome. So right on the money. Shaky, but great proportions. And that's all that matters. And that's pretty good too. So with the face added, the first thing I'm noticing is you have kind of like this curve here, right? So this is a little higher. If you trace a straight line, this part is higher than that part. And so it just indicates that the head's a little tilted, and then you're gonna get, you know, this slant in the position of things. Elliptical, all right, cool. I got that word right, at least. Thanks, Curtis, for confirming my English. So anyways, based on that, just lowering that a little bit. And now it's much better. Just a tiny change. But now the angle, the perspective matches a little better. You probably want to do the same thing with the mouth. You know, looking at the mouth here is kind of like this bow shape. Doing. But it's not straight again. Like this corner of the mouth is higher than this one. And so again, just suggesting that the curve here is going to be slightly tilted. Because yours kind of on the same line. Not quite, you know, so you did offset it just a bit, but could do that a bit more here. But yeah, it was mostly the left eye, you know, because the second that you fix that already, it's like, oh yeah, the face now feels much better. In her case, you know, if you want likeness, like she's got, her eyes are pretty far apart, so could push that some more. Not to say that what you did is wrong here, it's just that she's got pretty wide, small eyes and wide, big distance between the two. But yeah, overall that one's pretty good, pretty damn good. One last thing, maybe looking at the nose, and like the tip of the nose kind of sticks out the most in this case, and the nostril here it's not as prominent. So tip of the nose, that's kind of the cutoff line, right, for the nostril, so you can kind of get rid of that and have it visible but not sticking out more than the tip, or maybe just make the tip longer. And then you're gonna get more room for the nostril. Yeah, I love the construction here. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. So not quite the same angle here, you know, like she's looking a little bit more to the side. Yours is almost like she got distracted and she's like, huh, what? Looking towards our way a little more. But I think that's mostly in the nose. So the nose is kind of killing the perspective a bit. So here we have the face looking to the side clearly, but the nose kind of creeping in this way a little too much. So I think we can just like push it out, just like hers, and like sticks out a lot. Doing. It's a lot closer to the cheek than yours is. So let's try that. nostrils. Maybe a little too much. Yeah, tilting the nose, number one, and then tilting the mouth a little bit more. So like the corner of the mouth here is almost touching the side of the jaw from this angle. So I think you can just take this whole thing, push it to the side, and there's a tilt that way. Maybe a little stronger on your reference. Maybe you can adjust here, contour the lip. Yeah, the eyes in this case position better. That works better. I don't think I'm gonna have to do anything here with the eyes. So yeah, it's just like shifting stuff a little bit more, so that it's more in the right direction. Mostly just this whole thing. I could have probably just taken this whole thing and like slide it to the left, to her left. Construction looks good though. So nice stuff, Chelsea. Everything that you're doing here, perfect. That's the process, and yeah, just keep it up. That's how you're gonna get good real fast. Jeffrey, all right, let's do Jeffrey here, and then I will take a little break. So here are some roughly 1 minute gestures I have done this week, as well as a couple untimed ones on the right. I've been mostly focusing on figure drawing and neglecting the perspective one assignments, but in future terms, I would like to work more simultaneously. Do you have any advice for deciding what to allocate time and effort towards, especially when I don't have the experience to be fast? Initially, I would just focus more time on what you enjoy the most. That should be number one. If you don't like anything in particular, then spend more time on the stuff that you're the weakest on. If you don't know exactly what to focus on, and you're just trying to get better as an artist, and work on your weaknesses, get those up. So in your case, it's perspective against gesture. So do you see yourself, doing more environment art or more characters? And if the answer is characters, then focus more of your time on that. I would say maybe like 70% of your time on what you think is relevant to you, and maybe 30% on just other fundamentals that are important for your overall skills, but maybe not, directly tied to what you prefer to do. So perspective still is important, when working on characters, but not as important as building a scene, like a man-made environment, for example. But yeah, if you want to work, it's your preference, if you want to work on different subjects at the same time, maybe that's more fun for you, then by any means do that. But yeah, that would be my the direction that I recommend. So 70% focus on stuff that you enjoy the most, and then 30% on the stuff that you don't enjoy as much, as long as that stuff is still relevant. If it's not relevant at all, like if you're practicing drawing, I don't know, female haircuts, and that you're never going to be drawing females, random example, but obviously don't do that. That's kind of a waste of time. Practice stuff that you think you will reuse. So yeah, if you like to draw characters, gesture is really, really good. Gesture and anatomy, those are going to be the the big ones, you know, your big winners here. That's what you want to focus on most of your time. So that answers it. But yeah, these 1 minute sketches, that's nice, man. 1 minute is not a whole lot of time, and so if you can get anything more than a stick figure, that's quite good. Yeah, in general, these are really, really solid. Sometimes, you know, the characters might look a little short, like this one here, and it's just going to be a matter of just adjusting the size of the head. Usually that's going to have the biggest impact. So if you just like chop the side here, suddenly it feels a lot taller, right? Didn't change much, didn't change the height at all. Just making the head a little smaller makes everything appear bigger in comparison. Yeah, love the gesture on like something like this. So nice. Just a few quick lines, and you get like a nice pose. Somebody crouching, crying in the shower. Nice. Yeah, like these. This is a little short. That thing is just like big feet, you know, for the size of the person here. Easily adjust that, making that smaller here. Just a tiny tweak can make that work. Smaller head. And then smaller hand too. And now that body is in much better proportions. And we didn't change much. So yeah, just be careful of that kind of stuff. So relationship between the heads and the rest of the body, and also like the hands and the feet, making sure that those are not too big compared to the rest of the body. But once you have the heads, usually everything goes from the head, everything is measured against the head. So, you know, if that's your head, we know, generally speaking, that your hands will be able to cover most of your face, but not the entire head. So, you know, the open hand would be smaller than this shape. So that gives you kind of a rough guideline to go from there, as soon as you have the head drawn in the right size. Very good, this. That too, actually. Yeah, those are great. Longer poses. Very nice. Yeah, it's nice overlapping here. Really feeling the volume and space. Yeah, those are great. Really, really good stuff, Jeffrey. All right, so on the chopping block next, Simon. So we'll take a look at your stuff in like 5 minutes. Just gonna go walk around, loosen up the bod, and eat something. And I'll be right back. What do we got here? So, same deal as last week. Here's some concepts for badass pirate ladies. Pick your favorite and how can they be improved? How are the values? Right on. Nice. All right, favorite. You guys jump in too. Which one's your favorite? 1, 2, 3. I would say number 3 is probably the least unique. Looks cool though, nice proportions, nice pose. But she feels more like a like a low-level guard somewhere, like as an NPC or something like that. Yeah, people like, so far, number 1 seems to be winning. I think I agree. Like, I really like, I I think with her, the only issue is that like she looks maybe a little uncomfortable, like holding her sword. You know, kind of like it's too heavy maybe for her, too big. And like just maybe her pose too, like it doesn't feel super stable. Like maybe if she was like, if this was like bam. Like strong pose, like imposing. Maybe, but she feels more like a like cute, you know, like ooh. So I think yeah, that contrast maybe a little too much, but I really like this though. That's cool, creepy bat bird. Might be nice to have her, to give her that bird. You know, because she's already got like this kind of a rough, scruffy silhouette with a bunch of stuff kind of like sticking out. Like the sword here. Same thing with the boots. I like that. You know, that's cool. So maybe, yeah, because that's kind of what it creates. Again, like something that sticks out and then back down again. That could be cool. Kevin's saying he likes the spear here, so maybe, yeah, maybe like she could have spear and almost like a blend of the three. Like the little sword here, she'll hold the spear instead. Because I like that, you know, the fact that the spear is kind of attached to her. Although it's probably not long enough, you know, like she throws it and like her leg goes with it. Oh no! But if she had maybe, yeah, like something like, you know, like a big rope against around her shoulder, maybe if there's enough slack in the rope. Yeah, personally, I like the first one better. That's a cool sword. Maybe you could have it like in the back here. Maybe that's too much. Yeah, I really like that. I really like the shape of that bird though. It feels like you should reuse that somewhere. It's kind of cool. And then for her, like her outfit, her silhouette is interesting. Her outfit, there's not a whole lot going on here. So yeah, so that's why, you know, having the bird, maybe maybe slapping like this piece of armor on her, or maybe something like that. Yeah, just something maybe a little more unique for the top. I like what you did with this. That's cool too. But silhouette wise, you know, the one that seems the most badass, the one that seems the most important. It's definitely number one, I think. I agree. Yeah, that belt is, you know, that's cooler, I think. I like this better. Like if Fuad is saying. Yeah, Joe saying that we can't really see the sword. That's true. You know, like if the sword is important, like you might want to place it on the other side here so we can see it better, or have it just hold it. Maybe she's like got it planted on the ground and she's kind of holding it right there. Yeah, always thinking about the design, right? So this is character design. You just want to make sure that everything reads. There's no questions. Because we are missing a big chunk of the sword, and something important might be here that we can't see. But really, really nice, Simon. I like her face the most too. She feels the most aesthetic. She's got a nice face too. This one is a little too manly. What is it? Maybe it's the square jaw. Maybe the eyes are a little too big. I don't know. Yeah, like the witch nose, like my nose, long and pointy. Yeah, no, this one looks super cool, super badass. Cool haircut too. Yeah, man, I like. Hope that helps. Gives you a better direction, maybe. So I've been planning to make my own original character for months already, so I decided to start this week and made a goal for the character down below. I've done a couple of rough sketches and finally landed on the fourth one, which I later rendered in grayscale. Still not worrying about the colors at this point. What do you think of the design of the character? Oh, hold on. I think you asked me about the grayscale too, right? yeah, the values. So at this point, you know, I would, yeah, it's good. Yeah, I'm getting that she's more tan, right? She's got darker skin and like lighter clothes. That's nice, cool contrast, kind of the opposite of the other characters. Yeah, and to me, it just makes more sense that a pirate would be more tan. You know, either they, yeah, because they're, especially the way that she's dressed, you know, doesn't look like it's too cold where she sails the seas. So it's probably pretty sunny. So yeah, they're out all the time. They would get sun definitely. And then values. So I don't know if this is if you're going to go with gradient maps, you know, to color your characters. If so, probably you could push the shading a bit more to rely less on the lines. Good test is always to just get rid of the lines, see if the character still holds up. You know, if the shading holds up without the lines, like 90%, then that's usually pretty good. Even 80%. It's just that if you hide the lines and you don't understand anything of what's left, then maybe not quite there yet. But yeah, if you're thinking of the values, you know, and like separating here the brights from the darks and thinking of that ahead of time, ahead of the colors, then yeah, what you have so far works quite well. So what do you think of the design of the character? Is it good? I can tell you if I like it or not. If it's technically following the rules of art. Is it this one? Right, so it's all the same character, right? This one's holding a staff, this one's holding... Is this a sword? So she a wizard? Oh, what? Right, seems like it is. Alright, this is it. Yeah, that's good. That's cool. Alright, so the original character's design is still not final, as I think she lacks armor in some parts, but the general idea is there. So if you have any ideas to improve the character, please do suggest. Also did some rough illustration concepts on what she can do with her magic, which can be anything. I still don't know which type of magic, regardless of that. What do you think of the concepts that came up? The composition good. Still gonna explore more ideas and hopefully come up with a final original character next week. So a young, talented mage coming from a long line of powerful mages. She's easily distinguishable due to her hair that shines like gold and with eyes glowing like the deep blue sea. Normally she is confident and proud of her skills, but humble and doesn't really like to brag about it. Although when she fights, it's a different story, even though she can be quickly finished. So we'll have to wait and see. Okay. It's kind of like a cute masochist. The saddest. What is it? When you like to see people suffer, whatever. Young, talented mage, confident but humble, playful, dominator. There we go. So she looks cute from a distance, but then when you're up close, she's choking you. All right. I like that. Yeah, I think this image sells it really well. I like the hair, I like the face. Yeah, in this case, her hair is definitely contributing a lot to the hook, you know, making her unique in that sense. So yeah, maybe we could look into like bringing something else. I think you're right with the armor. Like it's cool, but kind of simple. I mean, that could still work if you like detailed it more. You like introduce some folds in here with like, you know, the proper shading, and I think just that usually adds a lot. You know, just adding like real folds, like nice visible folds with limited amount of values that I have to play with here. Like this usually adds a ton already. So here in the fabric, it's gonna bunch up here as the leg kind of bends. Gonna have that, add a bunch of folds there. Yeah, in terms of like her shape language in general, maybe that's the thing that's a little bit more that could be dialed in some more. So you have like the sphere. Oh, she's holding this thing, staff with a sphere. She's holding a little coronavirus. And there's really nothing else that's kind of round on her design other than those two things. And that seems pretty visible, right? She's holding it, so it influences the silhouette quite a bit. But there's nothing else in there that supports that. So maybe, you know, like that thing here, maybe if it was a little rounded. Again, to get back that circular shape. Maybe that, and then maybe there's like some circle in the center here. Extra details on her dress skirt jacket thing. It could have some patterns too, you know, if you don't want to make it too busy, maybe just have some patterns on there. Although, what happens here? Does it overlap or just split down the middle? Like figuring that, I think would be nice. But yeah, it could be patterns like scales almost, like this abstract pattern on her dress. Or yeah, we're just trying to bring in that circular shape language back in any way you can. And just trying to find things to repeat, you know. So I'm looking at this is kind of unique and it stands out being this unique, you know. There's nothing like this really anywhere else. So maybe like when you have like a small area like this, maybe it just gets like scaly this way and pointy. Could be something here on the side of on the front of the boots, maybe some extra detail that has this shape language, is similar details in the front here. Maybe you could have those scales up there somehow. Yeah, like maybe something like this is repeated in the front here. Just trying to give her a more designer outfit, like everything's been planned together. But overall, I really like it. So I don't know that you need to add like anything crazy to this. Like silhouette wise, you know, as long as the hair plays a huge part here. So that's going to be the thing influencing your design for the most part. So yeah, the rest I think is just like, just tighten it up a little bit, just reinforce your shape language, use more repetition, and just detail like the simple shapes that you have in here, like yeah, introducing some folds, and maybe play around with the different materials. You know, here you already have a little bit of a suggestion, like this seems a little shinier than that. That's nice. So maybe just pushing that some more, you know, like if the metal, if the trim here is metallic, just like really make it metallic, so there's no doubt, so that the different materials really well. That kind of contrast, always nice. Yeah. This one's a little trickier to convey, you know. Maybe it could be something in her outfit that makes her look a little edgier. What looks edgy? I don't know, like some weird piercings, maybe. Not to say that people that have piercings are dominatrix, but for sure they are. Saddest. Got it. Thanks, Kevin. I read that a little bit late. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Pointy, because yeah, it's, you know, I'm trying to find things that are a little edgier, like stuff that would suggest something deeper. Like she likes the pointy things. Ah, are you supposed to be nice, or what? Why do you have something that's so threatening? So yeah, it could be. I mean, just that, you know, that's kind of cool. So if you can find ways to introduce like that spiky bit, that spiky detail in more areas, or it could be like you mentioned, like something spiky in her not necessarily a crowd, but maybe like some sort of a tiara or something in her hair, like some sort of jewelry in the hair that's pointy. Yeah, something that looks pointy, something that looks a little dangerous to go around with the flowy, nice, you know, curves, like continuous curves that you got going on. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, or like pointy details on the shoulder pad. Yeah. Or like maybe she's got like some jewelry and like pointy things, and like tawny jewelry. But overall, like all of this is really good. Super cool concept, very nice character. Really looking forward to see what you do with this. Off to a great start. Great. Moving on to Dash. So once again, try to do basic exercises and let myself get carried away, but thought I ought to start doing more finished pieces. I just want some overall advice and feedback before moving on to the main lights and ambient occlusion. The mood I'm going for is a tense, in emotion feeling. Okay, her hair is whipping around, still as if we're caught her in mid-movement. Got it. Oh, composition. Like this is pretty by the book, so very nice. You know, that works. It totally works. This works too. She's occupying the place really well. Maybe, you know, I would, if it were me, I would extend maybe this a little bit more here, just to give it more buffer, so that you don't have the sphere kind of like touching, caressing the side of the canvas, creating like a weird tension. Usually try to have similar amount of buffer everywhere, like all around the character. So you look at like the minimum amount of space that you have here in front, and try to do the same thing behind too, you know. Back here, like the foot again, like kind of like touching the edge, just extend it some more, but it's not touching, so that you have just a little bit of a buffer. It'll make her feel like she's not crammed in there. This one here, maybe a little, yeah, maybe you could extend this a bit. Again, the sphere is a little close. Seems important, but it's pretty close to the edge of the canvas, Same thing with her face. Pretty important, pretty close to the edge, and not a whole lot of stuff down here. So I think just moving the framing up a bit, or just extending it. Oh, man, maybe you could crop some here. Other than that, looks good. So it's just more like the framing. I'm trying to put her face either like right down the middle so that we have more of a symmetrical symmetry. The symmetrical piece composition, or something that's closer to like the rule of thirds. We have like her head landing more around this area. But the rest is nice. So it's really just the overall framing. So very nice. I'd love to know what everyone size are. Dash the usually I'll use yeah, like 4K. 4K is a good average for width or height. And so if it's 4K in height, then it'll be a little less in width, you know, like 30 to 100, 35, 30 to 400, something like that. And if I plan to make a piece that's going to be pretty big, you know, if I want like to print something, then I might double that. So like if it's going to be something for like a wallpaper, like a desktop wallpaper, in that case, I'll go like double that, so like 8K. But 8 or 4K being kind of like the widest or the tallest, right? So that's a good general. Yeah, exactly. Or what Jade mentions. You know, if you're gonna do like widescreen, just go 4K. 4K is good resolution. 4K either portrait or landscape. That looks really good. So nice pose, very dynamic. Yeah, with the hair, I think you could definitely push it some more, because right now you don't really feel the motion in the hair because it's so short, it's so compact. It could be just a little bit of wind, you know, that's blowing. But if she's in motion, so if she's going like, if she's turning like this, then maybe some of that hair hasn't turned yet. You know, if she just turned her head this way, like looking over her shoulder, what? Then the hair that was here is still there and will move after, right? So you could have some like these, this part of the hair here covering part of her face, and the rest of the hair kind of in mid-air, still, because it's still hanging. It used to be laying across the, used to be laying on the cheeks, but now she moves so quick that it's still kind of there, about to fall back. So maybe that, so maybe more of this, you know, so more of that flap of hair on her face and the other one kind of flying. That would suggest that, yeah, she just turned around, but maybe she didn't do that. Maybe she did something else. Maybe she's running forward and kind of just looking back like this. In that case, yeah, that would make sense. Maybe have that go like towards the other side here, like contouring the body. Depends what she's doing. I think I would like straighten her up though. Like unless you plan to have something here, it feels like it feels like your composition is gonna end up being kind of weird this way. because you have kind of like the mass here, like kind of going towards one of the corners, but then there's really nothing else on the other side. So that's why like straightening up the her body within the frame might help. Or maybe it's a combination of doing that and then moving some of the limbs around. Maybe tilting your torso forward. Maybe not that arm to keep it more dynamic. Maybe we can rotate that a bit. Then tilt her head forward or backward. All I'm doing is trying to bring the mass of the body towards the center, so it's more symmetrical, it's more balanced on both sides, so that you don't have kind of like a big mass that goes like this, and instead it's more like this, you know, with maybe stuff sticking out. That works better. That hand's not bad at all, though. It looks pretty good. Like, it doesn't look deformed, you know, so that's already pretty good. Maybe the angle, I don't know, the angle's pretty good. Maybe not, maybe it's the, yeah, like if you're holding the gun this way, I think it's more like the angle of the pistol that might be slightly off. So maybe it would work better if it were coming, if it were a little more foreshortened. Maybe something in between. But in this case, I would definitely spend some extra time on the gun. And if you're not sure, you know, like use something in your head, in your hand. Like if you have a fake pistol at your place. Neko bus will do just fine. Yeah, making sure that you get the right angle here with the gun, like something that's straighter than this, obviously. That's not the best. But just so that you get those lines correct, because I don't think they are quite correct right now. Like this here, and also the fact that they're kind of divergent. I get that from the side, you know, this might be going down a little bit. Gun feels like that, right? That's what I'm getting from this shape. So it's the handle, and you got kind of like this extra bit here, kind of going downwards. It's a cool shape for a gun. I just think, yeah, like it doesn't read that well in 3D. So you could, yeah, I would find a reference for this. I think that'd be easier than trying to construct the scene, like vanishing points and all that stuff. I don't think you need to do any of this. But yeah, maybe just like draw a cardboard version and then hold it the same way that she does, and maybe just make it a little thicker, and then you'll have everything you need. Yeah, man, that's all I would do, honestly. Like the body proportions look great. I love the motion. I love the dynamism in the piece. I love that you constructed everything in here. Yes. Maybe needs curves a little too much. You know, because this edge here seems a little longer than this one. Maybe just like straighten this out there so that it matches the shoulder line. But that's all I can see here. Other than that, super cool character. But yeah, that gun is right in our face, so that's gonna need to have a good solid pass, good design pass on it, so that it looks. I mean, I love the shape. If that's the shape, it's nice. It looks cool silhouette. It just needs to really look perfect in that angle, because it's right there. That's the first thing we see. Yeah, man. Well, that helps. Looking forward to see what this goes. All right, Philip. Another study of a clothed figure. Did I miss anything? I mean, that's still fine. You know, we can still extract a lot from this. But yeah, you know, for this, I should have mentioned this already, but for this to get better, you know, it's gesture drawing. So I think it's obvious, but just in case, you know, this is the kind of stuff that gesture drawing improves a ton. This is what it focuses on, like this kind of just motions, like just dynamic in the bodies, cool poses that feel like they flow properly. I don't know why I'm dancing at the same time, but yeah, like before drawing any characters in any pose, always good to warm up with a little bit of a little session of gesture drawing. Gets the engine going. So another study of a clothed figure. Plus I was trying to add some atmosphere by light from the spell. Yes, so good example, you know, nice way to have fun with your studies. If only it wasn't so dark in here. Let's apply rule number 1. Brighter. You can tell again, you know, everything is crammed on the left side here, and that one quarter of the graph. Just gonna bring in some more light. There we go. And now we can see the colors better. We can see the background a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, that came out really good. One thing when it comes to the colors, I know it's not really the point of this exercise, but you know, in here you're gonna have the main light will be the fire, so it'll be pretty warm, just like you did here. The secondary light in the scene will be, so anywhere else. Anywhere else where you have any light, you know, like here on top of these folds there, or the grass back there, that would be a light from the sky, right? So it'll be kind of like this dark blue tint everywhere. So maybe a little more than what you did here. This is really gonna help make it feel like she's outside, being lit by the sky. And yeah, same thing here. I'm part of the background too. Top of these hills. Anything facing up essentially is gonna get a little more of that light from the moon. Making the moon feel very present. And on the line here separating the sky and the earth on the horizon, excuse me, always a little brighter. Always a little brighter on the horizon. And now, looking at the folds, pretty convincing. Yeah, so from this point on, I think it's just a matter of just cleaning them up a little bit. Yes, first time rule number 1 has been activated. I need a bell. Ding ding ding. We got a winner. Philip is the first one that triggered the rule. Yeah, for the folds, like, I like what you have already. You know, this feels really good. I would just focus also on the, maybe focus a little more on the smaller details. See, big details like silhouette, everything's nice, good proportions. Good chunky folds there, or chunky groups of folds. But the smaller folds, that's where we lose them a bit. Like this kind of stuff here. And what this does is really indicate what the kind of fabric the dress is made out of. Because if the folds remain pretty thick, then the fabric is thicker, right? Stiffer, thicker fabric. But if the folds get real small, then it suggests that the fabric is actually pretty thin. And all these folds will catch the light as well, so important that we have them in there. You know, just like they're catching the blue from the sky here. Yeah, the base of it, I mean, what you have so far is really good. It just needs a little more cleanup from just moving forward, but so far really nice, especially if you brighten up everything. Yeah, nice. I like it. Moving on to Justin. So, all right. So it's been a while. Yeah. I hope all is well with you and your family. I hope the same for you, Justin. Hope you're doing good. Finally have started to paint again, as in past mentions I've been rather demotivated to paint at all. I'm beginning to work on my final project as well. Would love your feedback on the document, if you don't mind me emailing you. Yeah, no problem. Shoot away. Email away. As a veteran in the gaming industry, your feedback would be priceless as always. In the meantime, to brush up on my skills, I began the study. Peace, and would love some feedback. Thank you. Thank you, and goodbye. All right. The lighting is really good in here, and that's tricky lighting too. Not the best lit face in the world. You know, from a distance, I would say that this is a horrible painting. If that was the end result, and if that's what you made. But in this case, that's the reference that you're working with. So, because yeah, it's really hard to see the volumes in here. I think that's the main issue with this reference. Like from a distance, it looks pretty flat. You know, it just kind of looks like a mess. But considering, I think you did a really good job. Yeah, like it really reads as, oh yeah, something's in front of the face, blocking the light, just like it does here. It's just that, you know, this hand, does it block the light at all? Where does it block it? There's so many lights in the scene that it's hard to tell which is what's doing what. But overall, I think you did a really good job. And like, yeah, the metal here on this chain too, like, ooh, that looks metallic. When it comes to his face, I think it's just the face looks too long, you know, this way. I think that's about it, because the individual features look quite good. Maybe the eyes, you know, could have a little sparkle. They're missing that. They're missing that life. Frodo, now you're back. You're alive. Let's try to deform this with Photoshop. Maybe it will do a better job than me. No faces. Oh no. Maybe not. But this here is what I mean. So I think there's a little bit of a wiggle room here. He's got a slightly longer chin, so I think we could safely push this up. Oink. 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 Yeah, and I'm looking here at the triangle that this creates. Eyes, middle of the mouth. trying to get those to be a little closer. So before, you know, that's after the change. So before the triangles are even longer. So yeah, just like squishing the face vertically a bit. Yeah, other it's gonna be like super small stuff. I don't think it's gonna impact that much, but it's like, you know, looking at the shadow here on the upper lip, it's pretty straight right here, and so this is one shadow here, like the contour of the shadow created by some of the lights or one light in the scene. So maybe you could push that in, reinforce that some more here, and then contouring the nostril, and then the lower eyelid. You kind of get the yellow light here, here. That's kind of what I'm referring to. I'm just highlighting that maybe a little better. On the other side it works a lot. It works much better on the other side though. Maybe here a little too light, a little too bright. Yeah, so it's just small stuff, you know. Overall, it's good. Really good. Oh, Livio mentioning the nose. Yep. Agreed. Nose a little wide. It looks good though. Like the nose itself, all I gotta do is just, you know, shrink it down. But the shape of it though, highlights. Yeah, man, that looks good. Nice shading on it. Oui, très bien. Moving on. Jackson, whoa, snap, what the Bloodborne is this? Must trip himself up a lot when he walks. I've been well, Jackson. Thanks for asking. Hope you've been good too. I've been working on a bust design for a Bloodborne art contest and would like to hear your thoughts on the design presentation rendering. My idea was to have the torso on top. Control or puppet the big guy. Let me know if that idea comes across. So what I could do to push that idea. Welcome, Justin. I'll be checking out my emails. Yeah, Jackson, man, that was super cool. Love the colors too. So the first thing, you know, colors. Oh, that's good. Kind of just creepy vibe. You know, this guy that has no color to his skin, just this white skin, but mixed with the orange. Ooh, that's good. That looks sexy. In a horrible way. Yeah. So this guy's controlling. I get that, you know? It's pretty clear what he's doing, but it doesn't seem like it would work that well. I think that's the only problem. Like it's this weird where it's visually it works, but the function of it, that's kind of more questionable. So maybe I don't know. What if he had like a harness, a legit harness? You know, maybe he's got like these chains and he's kind of just like wrestling with the thing. Like a horse almost, you know? Like, go this way, go that way. So maybe, yeah, it's a different concept, but maybe something along those lines, you know, implemented differently. It just feels like this, it would not do anything, you know, to this big guy. It'd be just like, leave me alone. And then he can do whatever he wants. It doesn't feel like he's constrained enough. Maybe around his neck he's got this big choker thing around his arm. He's got kind of these almost like handcuffs, and this guy is kind of pulling on these, and they're all around his body. Maybe it's like wrapped around him. Maybe you could have like one in his mouth, like But yeah, I feel like it's just a little extra. It doesn't need to be ropes like this. It could be just all organic, or maybe it could be like his own tendons, or just some magical strings. You know, the string could be, I don't know, like glowing magical bindings or something. But I feel like pushing that hook even further, it might be cool, because I get it, but it's not 100% clear, you know, that this is what he does. It looks like it, but it could also be that they're just, the two of them are kind of entangled together, and they're kind of just living in a symbiotic way. You know, just thinking of those things that make somebody feel trapped, you know, yeah, shackles, restraints in any ways, I think might be cool. But color-wise, shading-wise, just the presentation in general, man, it's super cool. Really, really cool. Hobbit riding the blind troll. Let me get a visual for that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. I don't know if that's what you were referring to. No, it's not at all. But yeah, that's kind of something like that, you know. Clearly this guy did not agree to this. He's clearly being manipulated. Oh man, that's creepy in the eyes. The eye socket. Probably because of what I searched for. That's why my hits are not the best. Whatever. Moving on. Jades. Alright. I've never seen anything from you, Jades. Welcome. Also, you've been lurking. Alright, so you're not exactly new to the place. Alright, so gonna stop lurking in the shadows and submit for the first time. I'm excited. As an aspiring concept artist and character designer, I still don't know yet. Okay, so I'm an okay. So here a character I created last year and wanted to revamp it following your advice in a character design course. She's called Ready and is meant to be a firefighter android in a sci-fi fantasy universe. Firefighter android. Got it. She stocks liquid argon in her body and hair, so the more she's filled with, the longer her hair is. Oh, that's cool. I worked on the silhouette to make it clear and wanted her hair to be the hook. However, as a firefighter, I thought her body would be noticeable, so the armor suit has to be eye-catching too, but not taking over the hair. Was wondering if the balance between those two focal points correct, or should I emphasize more the hair? Also, does my design convey enough life storytelling? I feel like this is lacking something, but I don't know what. Right, okay. And any feedback regarding the general design is more than welcome officially. Especially about the colors. Any other version is more effective than the others. Got it. Let's take a look. Ooh. Really big fan of the anatomy and proportions. Like super tall, imposing, strong woman. I like that. Yeah, she looks like a badass. I love the 80s anime haircut. Oh, that's cute too. All right, so strong, like tall and strong, but it was still very elegant in her poses. All right. This is the old one. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, she was pretty good already, but I much prefer what you have now. So, you know, for the hook, so she needs to be a firefighter, right? So that's the important part. That was not obvious at first. If I hadn't read that particular thing, I wouldn't know. I think it's just the colors, because firefighter. And is that the same thing everywhere? Like, that might be like a culture thing too. Like firefighters here in North America, at least, they have like red trucks and red outfits, and sometimes their jackets are gonna be yellow and black. Yeah, I guess. What is it? Firefighter. Yeah, so you're really following this. So like this beige color. I don't know why I was thinking red, because yeah, clearly that's completely wrong. It's just that when you think firefighter, you know, like you, and maybe it would apply in your case too, but, and maybe that's just me too. Maybe maybe it's my brain's not working right, but I always think of red. You know, like firefighter, red, like red truck. That's the kind of the first thing. The sirens, like all red. So even if like firefighters are not red, their outfits not red, their helmets sometimes. I feel like if she was red, that would convey her job maybe a little bit better. Or since she's, you know, kind of in the sci-fi world, it could be also that almost like the red metallic parts of the truck, you know, are now featured on her outfits. But if not, you know, if you don't want the red in there, because I kind of like this too, like as a, you know, taken out of context, like the green, emerald color with the yellow. That looks nice. It's a good combination. I would change the background though, like the white background. I think would work better here because you kind of lose the hair. It's kind of the same similar color. But that aside, I like this combination. So I think it would be more in the, if it's not the colors that are going to highlight the fact that she's a firefighter, then it will need to be the design. What's iconic about a firefighter outfit? The stripes, although that might look a little tacky on her, but the neon stripes, you know, like the super reflective stripes, that's one thing. Sometimes, yeah, in her case, she's not gonna need a water tank. She's got her hair for that. What else do they have? The helmet's also pretty iconic. Giving her a helmet though, I don't think she's gonna look too cool. So it's almost like, you know, you take this outfit here, like this firefighter outfit, you take out their heads so that they don't have the helmet anymore. Does that look like a firefighter outfit? I don't know. I think the helmet's so iconic. Like the truck behind, like the red of the truck, so iconic. Having something in the back that, you know, or just something to shoot water with, so iconic. Or just the air tank, you know, to go into if they need to put on their mask, their gas mask. That's a tricky one. Tricky. Okay, so it's the same in France. Yeah. I'm gonna try something. I don't know. It might not work at all, but I want to try. So what if it's no yellow? It's all red instead. So instead of going yellow, turquoise, like we shift towards more like red outfit and blue hair. Maybe more like this color for the hair. So the hair will act as the water, you know, it's blue. I mean, it does anyways, that's your concept. And so we'll get maybe the firefighter hints from the red of the outfit. Maybe not, but let's try it. And it could also be, yeah, just different elements on the body. Like I like the stripes here that you have on the legs. So I'm guessing those are like those reflective stripes, right? These things here. That's a cool touch. Since it's so different, I don't know that it reads as a reflective, you know, stripe. that could be just like a sci-fi, like a cool Tron line on the design. So design is super cool. I like the proportions. A lot of things about this design I like. It's just the firefighter thing is just not coming across as well. I'm not quite sure what you could do for that. It's kind of cool. And the truck is what, red, and so almost what I'm trying to do here is turn her into the truck, you know, because the truck you associate with firefighters, and so maybe she is the truck now. So the little caps that she's got here, maybe those are the super tacky, super cheesy, but you know, maybe it's the lights, the little how do you call it? How do you say this? The what is it in English? Siren lights? I don't know. So these glow red. Fire, fire, alarm. And then the hair maybe a little bit more blue. Perfect selection. There we go. I mean, the lights don't really show that way. That's not the best way to do it, but if those lights look more like siren lights, like they're bigger, that looks a little tacky. But like if I see her starting to shoot water, I'll be like, oh, she's a firefighter. It's just like I don't think it's still enough. I think it's something else missing in the design. Maybe an action could help solve the problem in this case. You know, she's kind of just standing there. Maybe she's doing something with her hands, manipulating the water, or like manipulating her hair, and like water is coming out. I think that would help. That would be a big help. Yeah, if you don't want to change the colors, or if you don't want to do any of that, showing the action, I think that's going to be kind of the only way that you have left to show what's going on. Show that she's a firefighter, because the only missing part, the only missing piece here. Yeah, can't think of anything else. Super cool, Jade. I want to see more from you. Très bien, très bien. Joe continued with head structure this week, as well as eyes and mouth. I'm so happy I can actually draw heads without reference now. So yes, hell yeah. So I know there are still some issues, but it's so much nicer being able to shade the 3D form. It looks so much more real than my old flat drawings. I included a short it looks so much more real than my old flat drawings. Hell yeah. So I included a short 2.5 minute process video in the study to the right. I had to make it a lot of big adjustments again. Can you tell me where I went wrong? Yeah, I think I saw this. Let me bring it up again. This is the best. This is the best tool for me to gauge where things go wrong. You guys don't have to do this, but that's super helpful. I think you were right on track at this point. I think the eyes are just a little too big, a little too wide in this for this face, and a little too high too. Yeah, because if you stopped right here and place the eyes just a little lower, so basically right on the line here. That would have been quite spot on, you know? So just a little lower, a little smaller. And then you have eye socket here, out of the cheek. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. Maybe you could have a little bit more forehead. That could go a little higher. I think like this line here more like the chin line was probably a little too low. Not a big issue. We can always adjust this, but yeah, a little bit more skull. It's pretty damn close. So, yeah, that's the main issue. The eyes are a little too high, a little too big. That's it. So it makes it, it makes the face, the rest of the face, look a little too small in comparison. But the construction looks great otherwise, you know. Very nice study here too. Yeah, from this point on, you know, after you do the eyes for this one here, you have everything you need. So, I mean, to finish this, yeah, I mean, that's the correct looking face. Super generic face, but it works. It works. It works. Hairline right here. Nose, nice structure for the nose. Nostril number 1, nostril number 2. Yeah, you got everything in here. So it's a matter of wrapping up the details, but nice, very nice. And yeah, it does feel pretty awesome when you can do that. Because now you don't need to look at anything. You can draw even if you don't have anything in front of you. And yes, that is an awesome feeling. And it just, this kind of feeling just keeps happening again and again and again. The more you learn, it never stops. I get the same feeling now with different things. So yeah, I know what you mean. It's nice. Yeah, your study is really good. So yeah, I don't know like how much changes you did at the end. That's fine, you know, as long as you can recognize that there's something off and you correct it yourself. That's the normal process. as you do this more and more, it will look more correct without you having to fix things in the end. Like you'll have fewer things to fix in the end as you practice more. That's really good study though. Proportions are very, very nice. You know, that's a pretty face. She's got a little more extreme facial features. Like she's got a weird face. She has a very interesting face. Like eyes pretty far apart compared to the average. I mean, just look at me compared to her, you know. It's a pretty big difference. And yeah, and then from this angle here, maybe her chin looks a little smaller. But yeah, the only thing in the head that I think I would fix, you know, that needs fixing, I think it's just the this line here on the going into the eye socket, going into the eyebrow. This thing here, it's a very important line, you know, the way that it goes towards the nasal bone and then continues a little bit until it touches the skull and then curves up towards the eyebrows. It kind of continues into the eyebrow. That line, you'll always see it, and it's very important. And it also helps to place the eyes in the sense, because then you can always look at the distance between that's the side of the nose and the eye and see, is the eye placed properly? And in this case, Like maybe this one is placed more in the center, you know, like this more. It's about the same amount of distance between the eyeball and the edge, and the eyeball here and the nose. Maybe a little bit more on the outside actually. So we could push this in a tad. But then she looks even more normal, like even less like her, because now the eyes are even closer together. But this looks more correct. I think in this case, you know, the difference really is just the shape of the head, and in your case, like yours is a little bit more narrow, and so you're forced to compact everything more a little. And then she's got more of like this V shape, wider cheeks, cheekbones. But yeah, that looks good now. Yeah, look at that. I see what you mean. Yeah, the iris is gonna impact that quite a bit. So let's try, because maybe, you know, if the entire eye was darker in your case, maybe you wouldn't get that feeling that she's looking up as much. Yeah, because maybe your iris is a little too high, you know. What if we lower it? Yeah, I think it's this. I think it's this line here, like how high it goes before it starts to drop. Just looking at my webcam. Not my webcam. Not looking at myself on the screen to check the angle of my eyes. This one looks kind of weird, but yeah, this line here, maybe just angle it up some more. So it'll make her eye appear more open. And now she looks like a fish. Probably need to do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, it's probably just the inside here. But anyways, pretty damn close. And really good job on the shading. That really adds a lot in this case. Yeah, man. Yeah, buddy. Shimang. Ooh, a lot of progress here. All right. I did have a good week. Thank you. I hope you did too. Here's the finished piece from last week for that art competition. I didn't get any of the prizes, but I think I was close. But all the characters close as you suggested, and I opted to go for the more cartoony style because I only had a day left. Yep. I added some line hatching to imitate the style of official in-game divination cards. Art, I like the references below. Oh, so that was the reference. Ah, let's see. Those are creepy drawings. The hell? I need to look into this. Seems interesting. So I think I would have definitely tried to do more realistic shading if I had more time. There's also a few things that I noticed after time ran out. Center platform where the girl is standing on should have some thickness. Yeah, this here. The guy on the bottom right is slightly small. Bottom right. I mean, it seems about the same size she is. So yeah, if he needs to be more imposing, then yeah, maybe it could be a little bigger. But it doesn't look like a kid or like a toy or anything like that. So I don't think it's that bad. There should have been more details on the sword of the main character. Yeah, just like oh, so it's a what do you call that? What's that kind of sword? Needle. Let's just call it the needle. Arya's sword. Maybe a little thicker, just so, I mean, maybe at the base here, almost like it's exaggerating the width, just to make it read better. So when you talk about cartoons, you know, that's it's the kind of stuff that they'll do, just so that it's more bold, it has more presence, it reads more easily. Also unsure about the colors, so this is the first real piece with colors that I've done. All the colors are plain and by themselves. I feel like some more could have been mixed in to give it less digital feel. Maybe I also think adding some sort of texture effect would have helped speed to look a bit less cartoony. I don't know. I think the colors, I think you're right. I think the color is definitely the area that would help the piece the most. So it's the weakest part of the painting. Mostly though, because of what it does to the composition. So before, you know, when it was just a sketch, like these, all 4 characters read really well. So the characters in the corners here, they read as well as the character in the center. But now, because of the lighting, like this character becomes almost invisible. Like from a distance, it's like he's gone, you know, gone. This one too, pretty much gone. That one, you can see a little more, like we see there's something going on here with the little tentacles, but still the fact that it's gray behind, you know. So yeah, if anything, I think I would use different colors for the background here. It's almost like you keep the characters the way they are, and then you rotate the background so that yellow lands down here, blue lands up here, almost like you just flip it vertically, or vertically and then horizontally, whatever. But just so that the background is not the same color as the character, you know. Usually you'll want to have complementary colors there. So if the character is mostly blue, then you'll choose a complementary color that's more like a reddish, you know, orangish. It's just a warm color for the background, and that's gonna make the character pop because it'll contrast a lot with it. Yeah, so that's number 1, background color, and just overall making the characters, I think, just brighter will help. The values you want contrast in the saturation, you want contrast in the colors, like I just mentioned. Saturation also, so you want your characters to be a little more saturated than the background, just so that again they stand out as being closer, just because everything retains more of its saturation up close, loses it with distance. And finally, just brightness, so the values, making sure that you have contrast in the values between the background and the foreground. This little guy here, not a whole lot of it is left, you know. If the background was much brighter though, so if you add if kind of like the gas cloud was more dominant, visually dominant, maybe it's a little tinted, cooler color. You know, if it wasn't more like that, I mean, it's probably too much, but now we can see it. Now it's like, even from a distance, oh, there's somebody there. Something's going on down there. And then yeah, other than that, on him, maybe just increasing the contrast in general. So like the highlight that you have here, just make it lighter, even brighter. And same idea for the other characters. So everything that you have, everything that you did, just crank it up 1 level. Crank. Not changing anything, just making it more visible. Because that was a nice touch, you know? That looked kind of cool. And for the sphere in the middle to be extra cool, extra special, I think I would treat like the outside of the sphere and the inside slightly different. So it looks like the light's coming from inside, right? And so all the like the sides of the rings here that are facing outside, like this side here, like this side here, that I would change the color. So maybe something that's, I don't know, that matches the background maybe a little better, because this is facing away from the light source, so it should not be as bright. I think that's going to help reinforce the fact that the light is coming from inside. If you get rid of that light here on the outside of the ring, use a brush for that. There you go. Two. Yeah, something like now. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. Wrap here. There we go. Thanks, guys. For some reason, I thought this was... That's the first idea I had in mind, but I second doubted myself. And so let's say, we tweak the colors a little bit here. We tweak the highlights. We crank up the highlights. One thing also that always helps to make a piece just look more wow is lights, So one thing that I always recommend that you can do is you can pop a new layer, set it to either overlay. You can try both. If it's darker, usually a hard light might work better. But for lighter pieces where the values are lighter in general, overlay is going to do pretty good. But in this case, let's try maybe overlay. And we're going to just make the light even more intense on the inside here. So that could do it. And already it looks more... It looks like there's light being emitted from the inside. So either that or wait, hard light. Hard light's gonna be a little more opaque. So I feel like there's a little bit more like particles in the air. But that could be cool too. Maybe a combination of both. Overlay and hard lights. Just a layer, and already like the image pops a lot more, no? Anyways, quick tricks to help. But overall, I like a lot of the decisions that you made here. It's just that the colors, yeah, you really want to make sure that you have contrast, to maintain contrast all the time, especially contrast across the different planes of the painting. So foreground, in the background, you really want to make sure there's contrast there. Good name, Kevin. Yeah. What the hell's, man? Very nice. Santiago. To Santiago, and then we'll take another short break. Making good progress today. All right. So it's been a long time. Yeah, man. I've been busy with my part-time job, so I haven't been able to paint anything that big aside from studying anatomy and perspective a lot. That job you got at the strip club? Never mind. Also, starting some rumors. That's not true. He's not working there. Right on, Jade. Well, good night. Thanks for swinging by. Also finished my art war illustration and posted it already. Anyways, I'm back with this concept that you might remember from a couple of months ago. Polished the render, and when you see this, I'll probably be coloring it already. I remember that you said what you said about giving it her a more unique attribute, and I thought of making the sheath of her sword be some kind of gun. where she triggers it and the sword comes out at lightning speed or something like that. She's also supposed to be a good blood manipulator. What are you talking about, Vika? She's supposed to be good. Funny story. Not about me though, but I think my brother, my youngest, wanted to get into that. I don't think he did, but he thought about it. I remember what you said about giving her a more unique attributes, and I thought of making. That's probably the look I gave him when he told me that. And that's probably why he didn't do it. Anyways, I remember what you said about giving her a more unique attribute, and I thought, also last thing, right now I'm looking to hopefully land even a small job as a character illustrator or concept artist somewhere, even if it's in a year or so. I wanted to know your opinion about my current level of skills and what you think I should improve or do in order to start this scary world as a digital artist. You know, yeah, I stuck with furries. That was my thing. I wonder, like, how many guys would do OnlyFans if there was any demand for it. There is none, but maybe that's what I would have done instead of art. Who knows? Seems easy money. Oh, okay, so I was missing something. So she can use her own blood, for example, as a grappling hook from her hand to waist. Oh, all right. So that is cool. There's no way for me to tell by just looking at the design. So that's something that would be important to have in here. So one thing to keep in mind, you know, when it comes to professional work is, and that's not always true. Not every professional art is, you know, same level, but good characters in games are always iconic. There's always something unique about it. And that's why I'll always stress about the hook of your character, because it's, when it comes to character design, that's a huge factor. That's something that's really, really important. And what it does essentially is it allows you to know exactly what the character does as soon as you look at it. You look at this character and like, all right, that's the kind of world probably that she lives in. Those are the kind of abilities that she's got, and it basically gives you a good idea of what the character's about. So in her case, I'm getting, yeah, I like like this. That's a good hint, you know. That's good. I'm not sure that it's a sword though, so it looks like a sword, but maybe it's a gun. So that's the kind of stuff, if it's important to her character, if she's always using it, if she's always carrying it, you would want to have it visible, like clearly visible somewhere. Either it's part of the illustration itself, so maybe it's on the other side of the body here, like trying to place it where it doesn't block too much, you know, nothing important. Or just, yeah, have her hold it like just straight like this, so she's like holding it like a staff kind of. And then you can, yeah, design it very well. We can see all the details, there's no questions. And then for the blood thing, yeah, it could be just like something that she's doing, like some sort of motion suggesting that she can control some blood looking type of liquid. Ooh. Oh, Vika. You're giving me ideas. No. Focus. Do I want to click to see more of this comment? I don't know, but here we go. Click. Oh boy. But see, that's the problem. That's too much work. Girls don't have to do any of this. That's not fair. I want to just look in the camera, take my shirt off, and get the same amount of money. Isn't that equality? But yeah. OnlyFans for fake character. There's definitely some potential there. Not for me though, but in case anybody wants to create an alias so that nobody knows it's them. Yeah, that could be an interesting way to earn a few bucks. Anyways, I'm not gonna do any of this. But yeah. So going back to this. Yeah, wouldn't it be cool, you know, if she has like her hand like this, and we see kind of this blood stuff coming. What's my rusty brush? I need to optimize my brush set. There's too many brushes. There you go. Rust. And then on her hands is like full of blood maybe or something. Maybe that's too gory. But it could be, yeah, like blood on the ground here. And maybe you could see like a hint that these things are kind of going up towards her hands because she's controlling it. Like all these little particles kind of focusing towards her hand here. That would make it a little more clear. Maybe not the best way to show it, I don't know. But that's one way. I'm not into NFTs. Not yet. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll get into it when they introduce like the new blockchain. But I like this character. She's quite nice. But the line, you know, it's a fine line between amateur art and professional art. I mean, often the line is non-existent, but like talking about like a really like AAA studio where they have like the best paid artists, so they can afford the best artists. The difference from where you are to that would be, yeah, just how iconic the character is. So making all your design ideas, like all the background story, very clearly visible on the character. So that can be through a pose, maybe her posture impacts, you know, the way that she comes off as. Maybe having a pose to indicate an action, if that's something that she does, that's something that's part of her character. And just the outfit itself, kind of just making it iconic. What's an iconic outfit? Something that you can like easily recall, right? So things that will be that will click with people, things that maybe will be nostalgic for people, patterns that repeat themselves. So those kinds of things are easier to remember. And that's what makes something iconic. So I'm trying to look at things that repeat themselves. There's not a whole lot of repetition. You know, maybe that's cool. Maybe you like that. And maybe you make that part of her design a lot more. So that kind of like a tube-like thing. Piece of garment that has a bunch of white stripes on it. That's cool. Yeah, maybe. That's different. That's unique. So there's no trims though on the edge. So maybe we could do the same thing with this little thing there. that kind of stuff, you know. And maybe on the cape there's something similar, or maybe not, or maybe just part of the cape, or maybe just other parts of the armor, or maybe anything that's fabric has that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to find a place down here. Maybe this is the same thing. Three stripes, you know. She's like the Adidas. I don't know how to say this. Adidas. You know what I mean. She's their mascot. And so that's just one thing. The repetition somewhere else. Like down here you have a lot of these like diamond shapes. They don't repeat elsewhere though. So where else could you have those shapes? And it's not only having like shape repetition, having good shape language in general, but it's also if you can tie every aspect of her design with part of her background story, that's even better. So why diamonds? Maybe a better shape would be best for her. You know, maybe she's got like her favorite thing, or maybe like her pets, or maybe her maybe she's got like a pet, like a weird little pet creature thing, and it's this like fluffy round creature, and maybe she loves those shapes. So instead this is going to be like all rounded and like cuter, and yeah, maybe something else, like maybe this has a meaning, like the stripes this way, and it's trying to infuse more meaning into the design, and essentially all of that, just what it does is just conveys the story better. So it's all these small things. You're not far off, you know. You want to make sure first that the anatomy is always spot on. So hands, your hands always a little stiff, so I would focus on that. Practicing a lot of just naked bodies, so that your naked bodies by themselves can be like just final pieces of art. They're like, ooh, beautiful, look at this. And after that, from that point on, if you just add stuff on the armor, if you just add armor on top, it should still hold up pretty good. The base is solid. Yeah, like it's really small stuff. It's a lot of small stuff, you know. So like the horns, for example, they're not really well centered on her face. You know, this one here is more in the center. This one's more to the side. The symmetry line of her face is about pretty much like this line right here. So that horn would need to be a little more to the side here. That one could be a little more centered. It's just those small things. Because you always have a lot of cool design elements. It's just maybe not organized, not polished as best as it could. But like that's cool, like cool shapes, cool ideas overall. It's just really tying those to the story of your character and making that connection very, very clear, that there's no doubts. One image worth 1,000 words. What helps? Moving on to Marco. And actually, no, not yet. I'm gonna take a short break. We'll be back after these short messages. All right, I'm back from eating a donut. Of course. So let's resume with Marco. One of my favorite names. Finally arrived to the last anatomy lesson, feeling good about what I've retained. I've done a few drawings from imagination, and it seems I know it all. That's not what's written. It seems I know all the muscles, but it's now a matter of drawing them from different positions. I've now reviewed the lesson on the proportions, and everything rings so much clearer. Going from that 80% to that 100%. Definitely recommend others to do the same. Hell yeah. That's submission is a teacher's dream. Look at all this stuff. I don't know what to say. I don't think anything I say can make this better. One thing I would recommend though is when you study, anatomy in general, it's what's helped me. I don't know, is that a good recommendation? Whatever, what the hell, it's helped me. So I recommend that you use references, instead of these references that are super muscular. And because once you can do that, once you can draw the muscles in any angles, excuse me, to make them skinnier or to make them maybe fatter or even more muscular, it's kind of easy because you just tone down the details to make it skinnier and make it just a little small, a little smaller. You remove this, just reduce the size of those muscles. To make somebody less ripped, then you just remove some of the details. The base is still the same though. And so, yeah, like I'm looking at this one here. That's nice, like you probably got more out of studying this one arm than the other ones. And just because it forces you to always keep in mind the anatomy, the muscles. Because looking at this, that's nice, it looks nice, it looks great. But I don't think you're retaining as much as when you drew this one here, because you don't really need to worry about where the shoulder inserts here on the humerus, like how low, how do the tricep interact with that, where's the bicep begins, like how the tendon connects here, how the brachioradius, all this stuff. And once you do, like if you're working off of a reference that's super ripped, where you have all this information, then you're like, all right, so you draw it. And then you look at your arm and you're like, maybe I don't want it to be this ripped. And so you can just start to erase some of those details if you don't want them. But this way, the process is still the same. You still went through the every muscle that are visible. And this is next level stuff. It gets increasingly more complicated when you start doing this, but especially when you look at it in different angles, that kind of stuff. But it's really helped me, at least, like just piece together the anatomy puzzle. Because when you don't have that, it's really like you have a puzzle in front of you and like you're missing a ton of pieces. And like you have like some lines that are complete, maybe like creating some sections, but a lot of unknowns in between. And this forces you to place every piece, build it up completely. Kind of a weak analogy, but whatever. But yeah, man, because those studies they're awesome. They're really good. Like Fouad is saying, like nice shading on them too. Like the shadows and everything, it makes sense. It gives them their volume. It helps give them volume. Like here, that's nice. Nice touch. What? There we go. Nice hands too. Yeah, this is a pretty solid assignment. More of this. That's what I want to see. It's like I'm at a restaurant. I want more of that one. Warren. These comments. I'm good, Warren. Hope you're good. After this week, I'll be moving onto term 4 since I don't want to stay on one subject module for too long. So I've put a lot of effort into my clothes figure painting assignments to make sure I learn a lot. A lot of them went quite well. However, I really struggle with the one at the bottom of the page, the girl with the beige turtleneck. And I would appreciate feedback on what to do for that. This one, problem girl. We'll get back to you. Overall, I haven't mastered clothing, but I feel confident that I've gotten the basic concepts. So I want to move on from that into the topics in term 4. Yeah, I mean, feel free to I did, Vika. It warms my heart every time. I feel like there's like something stuck in my throat. Like a bird or something. Or maybe a Moko clump of Moko hair. Moko's hair. Anyways. Is these referenced? It is a little too good to be from imagination. But bottom line, they are quite good. Yeah, honestly, I don't have much to say about the folds. That's not true. I take it back. I take it back. I just need a couple seconds to analyze stuff, but that's good, you know, so it's a really good sign. First glance, first impression is very, very positive. Yeah. So the first thing I noticed initially was just the contrast a little bit. So, you know, like the skin itself here in the shadows, like it goes pretty dark, you know, always try to match that with whatever else you're drawing. So in here, that means that you might get a little more darkness in those folds where the light cannot escape. Just that makes it feel like part of the same drawing, lit by the same light sources, and same idea kind of everywhere here. So body, let's look on the body. What's the darkest spot on the body? Right here in the armpit. That's pretty dark. So grab the darkest pixel. There we go. You can use that to add the folds. Actually, the hair goes almost pure black, so let's use that instead. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Pretty subtle, but in the areas where no light can escape, like here around the waist or in the deeper folds, always nice to add that. It really makes it feel part of the same thing, more 3D. Like this one here. Before, after, just punches it up a bit more. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get some wax soon. You know, one of these big brushes and zzz. Skincare for bald people. Scalp treatment. I gotta start looking into that. But the folds themselves, so very, very good. What I was about to say before I stopped myself and mentioned the value issue would be this one here. You know, in the back of the leg, a lot of the fabric that used to be able to do this, basically, now is kind of all stuck in this area. So like you're gonna get a bunch of folds here. Basically all the extra fabric in the back of the leg gonna kind of bunch up there. Just want to make sure that because this is kind of like a little valley almost, you know, going from the shoulder into the torso, and in between, actually more like in between the armpit and the side of the breast here. It's kind of like a nice little gap for folds to, or for fabric to accumulate. So you're gonna get maybe a little bit of that right here. Other than that one detail, that's pretty convincing shirt. Yeah, that one too. Similar idea here. Like usually anywhere there's a joint, anywhere something bends, you know, most shirts are gonna have wrinkles in the armpits. Most pants are gonna have wrinkles. Right here, I mean, you did, so that's good. But the second that like a limb is bent, you're gonna get fabric like accumulating in that fold. This one is awesome. This one came out really, really good. And this one too. Pants in general, very nice. Yes. All those lines going in the right direction. Yeah, I would say maybe just a couple more folds here in the armpits again. Going dark enough. But yeah, really good. So I don't see why I would keep you hold you back. You know, we can definitely go on to the next term and see how it goes. All these classes at the beginning, anyways, they're more fundamentals, like you know, as you know. So you can always go back to them later if you feel that one of the fundamentals kind of holding you back. Or I'll point it out at some point. So. Yeah, this one not as good, like you said. The other ones were really good though. The like simplicity and the like chunkiness of these folds. Yeah. For this one, like you would probably get a little bit of tension here. So we might get some folds this way. A little bit around the armpits as usual. And then the back here, you know, the back is kind of arched, so it's going to create a tension point. So you're going to get tension back here. And so probably tension in the front of the stomach here. So this is going to push against the fabric that way. The back is going to push against the fabric this way. So you're going to get like tension folds in between those two. But at the same time, kind of contouring the abdomen. Like, maybe those kinds of folds. Here in the front, you're gonna get, because the normally chest is like pretty straight, so you have enough fabric for the entire torso. But if the chest is bent forward a bit, then that creates maybe a little extra fabric right here. So maybe like loose fabric right around here. Yeah, maybe from one shoulder to the other, because the shoulders are kind of poking out. Maybe you're gonna get some going towards the neck. So always try to look at those points of tension, right? So the folds are gonna happen in between points of tensions, and sometimes it's like area of tension. In this case, like the front of the belly, back of the back. Basically, whenever a character is not in the standard kind of default, that's not the word I'm looking for, in a like static position, whenever there's a little bit of a bending somewhere, that's going to create tension. Whenever the arms move, whenever the shoulders move, that's going to create tension. So just look out for those. Like the shoulder normally would be a little lower than that, and there would already be a little bit of a bit of tension, just because the shoulder is where, you know, is what the fabric or the garment is kind of held against, so it doesn't fall on the ground. If you lift it up even more, then it acts as a even bigger point of tension. Yeah, it's still kind of the usual points of tension. So, anyways, hope that exists. hope that helps. My vocabulary is all over the place. Yes. You know, like those rotating things, like to polish the car. The wax. That's what I was referring to. I'm gonna need that soon. I need to order that on Amazon. The second that my OnlyFans account starts to rake in the money. What? Moving on to... Really? Ooh, there we go. Alright, so I am learning the course of physics of materials, and I have a better feeling of drawing metal. I modified a panda machine, hoping it looks like it was made of metal. I'm also practicing different materials. May I know if the above practice is an effective practice? Alright, as usual, before I even look, use references that you are going to reuse. So if you think, you know, that you'll be drawing in your art career a ton of emeralds and a ton of sapphires, then great, you know. Then if this is something that you'll do a lot of, then it's a great thing to practice. Skin, that's a good one. Stone, probably good. Metal, yeah, very relevant in this case. Yeah, so most of these materials, you know, I feel like I personally would be able to reuse a bunch of them. Like this, maybe not as much. Pearl also, maybe not as much. I might look into more like just basic plastics, that kind of stuff. But yeah, other than that, it's a really good exercise. I think this looks pretty good too. The only thing, maybe like your contrast level is pretty low. So all of these, like this could kind of look like wax. Like I see the difference. You know, there's a little more specular here, a little more reflection on the wax version. But like pearl and skin feels more like this, just color change. So let's try and crank up the contrast a bit. I don't know that it makes a huge difference, but the more contrast you have, like the bigger of the range of values that you use, the more you understand the relationship, you know? It's almost like you're practicing using only like 20% of the values, where in fact you have 100% of the values that you can use. And so just practice using the whole range as much as you can, just like you did with the stone here. Also skinny, I might not go to complete dark, but the value range that you were using before I did this change here, like this is that's pretty limited. Not that bad. So anyways, I'll stop sticking to that. Let's move on to... So yeah, bottom line. Practice, you know, painting materials that you'll use a lot. So for example, wood, maybe that'd be good if you do a lot of like a lot of environments, that kind of stuff, like wood, bark, like dirt grounds, rocks, goods, like little bushes of trees, like leaves. That's another one if you do a lot of environment stuff. If you do characters like skin, that's a good one. different types of metals, different types of plastics, maybe some fabric, you know, like some different types of folds, that kind of stuff, like different materials for those different types of folds, different types of fabric rather. So like silk, leather, that stuff. And then this little metal panda boy, panda bro. Like from a distance, it looks, you know, that looks metallic. That's pretty nice. I think like up close here, it's just like just the shading in general. I think it loses a little bit of this, a little bit of its sharpness, so the details don't read quite as well. But I think it could easily be solved. Just like all of this stuff here, it looks like you just applied kind of like a blur on it, you know. So metal, it's a hard surface, and so if you have like corners, the corners will be pretty sharp. If like something ends, it's gonna end and it's gonna create a seam. Like if this is a sheet of metal on top of another, like something that's wrapped around the cylinder or something, there's gonna be a clear cut here. So I think it's just like those smaller, medium-sized details, smaller details, I think are kind of missing. But that's the fun part, adding those details. And maybe those are like rings. What makes it look like metal is that contrast, the contrast between the highlights and the shadows. So the more of these shadows that you can incorporate, the better. Maybe there's like a little bit of a trim here. It's not like a soft surface. And these maybe are like these round. This is round bolts. Maybe. So I think the main reason why this doesn't read as much as metal as it could is because of the shapes that you're using. So using shapes that are a little sharper, using shapes that are like not as soft, not as like flowy, like watery, you know. Metal is, again, it's a hard surface, and so when it's machined, bang bang, it's gonna have a distinct shape to it. This is going to be a little more rare in metal. Fabric, yes, you know, you're gonna get a lot of these soft, smooth transitions, but in metal, I feel like that would be more like a hammered in, like hard edge. Maybe not hard edge, but flat for the most part, and maybe the corner here is a little rounded. But basically just a more obvious structure to the different parts. But that's it. The colors that you're using here, the shading that you did overall, yeah, like I didn't do anything here, right? The shading stayed as is. All I did is add a bunch of small details, and already this looks pretty metallic. So the base was solid. That helps really. And for these things here, I think maybe you could use like an outline, but like a colored outline. Just again to give more structure to this, to the lights, so you can see kind of like the shape of the light bulb. That's a little too much red, but get rid of some of it. I don't know what the hell's in here. Hearts? Of course. Yeah, well, that helps. Moving on to Juan. Had a good week. Hope you did too. So, here's my work in progress for the assignments of perspective. It's my first time trying something like this. So yeah, my question is, how is it looking so far? Some general advice. All right. First time, he says, First impressions, pretty good. So all of that seems to be following the proper perspective. Yeah, I don't think there's any mistake in here. Maybe this here on the ground. I don't know if this is probably supposed to be a carpet. For that, you'll just want to kind of draw a big square on the ground in the same proportions, not proportions, the same perspective as everything else. So what is your vanishing line? Here. I'm gonna get it. Down here. Whatever. That's about right. Alright. So, yeah, so we do something like this for the ground. So you start with a big flat circle on the ground. So imagine that you're drawing a square carpet first. And then you want to figure out where the center of this carpet is. Connect the dots. X marks the spot. This is the center. So you can draw a line here across. Another one going through that same center. And now we have 1 point, 2 point, 3 points, 4 points. And you can trace a perfect ellipse. Whatever. Something like that, but more perfect. And you're gonna get your round carpets. This chair here, good start. So I don't know if it's supposed to be like at an angle. Is it like rotated? Is it facing us, or is it? It seems like it's a little pointing towards the desk, right? But in any case, you know, to create something like this, to build it up from scratch, you would just try to use super simple shapes to make this up as like a low res version of the chair. So what is this chair? It's well, at its core, it's kind of like a big box. So kind of get a box like this using the same vanishing points. So this is kind of like the big container for your chair. And then you can start to chop this up to create a shape of the chair. So maybe you chop it up back here. So this is going to be the back seat. That's where it starts there. The side. And then the seat begins right about here. Chop, chop. Chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Go down here. So yeah, my lines here are not quite. And I should have done this on a separate layer. Oh well. What am I doing? There we go. My construction is all over the place. Kind of works. There we go. Now we can remove the rest here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Now you're left with this super basic, lame chair. But it's in the right perspective. traced the wrong line. Here we go. So yeah, do this from scratch instead of trying to do it over something that exists. Always helps. Not get confused. And kids, measure your lines properly. Don't do what I did, because then nothing lines up. But yeah, so now we have a super basic chair. Now, what can you do to this to make it look more like a computer chair? Maybe measure the cushion here. All right, and then you can remove the legs. I'm still gonna keep the base though, the base square, because the wheels are kind of like in this circular fashion, you know. So you can use kind of like the base square down here. Do the same thing we did for the carpet to figure out what the ellipse for the wheels are going to be like, and then you can place the wheels here: 1 wheel, 2 wheel, 3 wheel, 4 wheel, 5 wheel. Connect them in the center. Then you have kind of like the construction for your legs, and then so on and so forth. So you can shave here the corners of your seat to round it out, make it look a little cuter, and then add the armrest. You get the idea. Kind of just build it up with simple shapes, and then carve out the stuff. Carve pieces by pieces until you get something that's that looks like what you want. I hope that helps. Moving on. And Curtis. But for first time, I think you did really good here. I love that you added like thickness to everything. Everything feels like it has weight. It has. Oh, this jar is a little crooked though. Should just be straight. But yeah, no, that thickness really adds a lot. So keep doing that. It's really, really good touch. And yeah, other than that, everything else here is accurate. So well done. Most of my week was spent trying to copy anatomy references, so I didn't get too much time to spend on this. I tried some new things with a different line brush. A bit more of a cell shading style than I usually do. I think I'm fairly happy with the results considering the time it took. I feel like something is off and I'm not really certain what it is. Any feedback is welcome. Let's check it. I love the presentation here. That's nice. Love the lights, the sword. Yeah, man, that was good. Yeah, big fan of the pose. I think, you know, if she's holding the thing, if she's holding the sword back like this, I think the hand will be further back than her like cloak thing, neck cloak. So I don't think that you'll be able to see it on the inside here. Maybe in front of the hair, but probably not in front of this. That is gonna follow her back pretty much. You know, it might not be like flat on her back, but it's not gonna be that far. Meanwhile, the hands pull all the way back. So that's one thing, but I love the gesture in the hands. Look at this, that's nice. Simple lines, but very clean. Just enough information. Like maybe the bow, you know, like the curve in her arm here, a little intense. Feels like hyper extended. Maybe introduce a little bit of a, like she's pulling it up, you know, using her biceps some more. So like bent that way more. Yeah. Comes to the rest of the outfit, I don't have much. Yeah, like I said, nice and simple. I like the little repetition here of details. Super nice. Trim's pretty consistent throughout. Good shape language. A very iconic silhouette. I think I'm just not a big fan of her face. It's more of a style thing. Also, like this should probably curve a bit more, that we can really feel the roundness of her face. but what's with the face? What is it? What is it? Maybe it's like this part here contributes a little bit. Like that makes her, that gives her like a really wide jaw. Maybe. Maybe adjusting here the contour of the face a bit. Yeah, I think it's the face looks flat. I think that's it. It's not following the perspective that it should be following. Because we're looking at her from below. So probably that eye's a little too high. And maybe the eyes too small. What is it? Big cheeks, maybe. It's very subtle in the face. I think it's like a combination of a few things. Placement of the eyes, the size of the eyes, all of this like kind of contributes to making it look flatter. And she's got like a really big head for the size of her face too. Too big, I would argue. Yeah. You know, if I had more time, what I would do is I would remove the hair. I would just take everything out and just draw the head, the ears, you know, like the bald head connected to the body. And just make sure that you have something that looks good there. I feel like there's something going on here, like in the, still the contour of the face. And how like this, something a little off with the perspective still. I think it's better, but that's where my eye has been wandering, or that's where my eye's been going. Everything else is dope. Yeah. Just the face. All right, so Kevin, so this is my first time posting and doing these assignments, and I was wondering if I am on the right path in practicing. Welcome, officially. I want to be good and make comics in the near future, and I don't want to waste any time by practicing the wrong way. Please be strict in what I'm doing wrong. Thank you, and I look forward to posting more on your streams. Also, it's the best to practice anatomy one week, then the next perspective. What's the best way to juggle the terms? I personally prefer and recommend that you tackle it one at a time. So focus on anatomy, and then never stop. You know, so when you start, let's say you start with anatomy, and basically go with your preference, right? So do more of what you prefer, of course, But let's say it's characters that you prefer. You want to draw comics, there's going to be a lot of characters. So I would start with anatomy, and because that's going to be the main fundamental for you, something that's going to be like the main ingredients in everything that you do with art. So get really good at that, and as you start working on anatomy, of course, at the beginning, there's going to be a little more study. But after that, once you feel like you're ready to move on to the next terms, maybe after like a few weeks of practicing anatomy, then you can jump into perspective and start working on perspective. But still, keep doing exercises for anatomy. So always kind of just doing that, making that a habit, almost like going to the gym from now on, until your comic is done. You always, every week, practice drawing anatomy. And then you'll see, once you start to do the perspective classes, maybe you fall in love with perspective and you're like, that's all I want to do now. In that case, then switch to that, do like 70% of that, and then maybe 30% anatomy, characters, practice in general. So yeah, those things, especially the first couple terms, it's kind of like ongoing practice. It's like maintenance, right? It's not like you do these exercises and then you're done, you cleared it. It's more like now you know what to do. And so now keep doing that forever. Yeah, so anyways, that's good to know. So goal is comic. So that tells me, again, anatomy is going to be, I'm going to be on your case for that. Because yeah, comic artists, they that's all they do. Masters of anatomy. I like to be able to draw this, I don't know that they use references. I don't think they need to, honestly. After a while drawing muscles and characters and like complicated poses, you get, you have it in your head. So yeah, imagine that artist being able to draw all these individual muscles, giving them style, and considering, this is the rib cage here pushing against the fabric, and so it's gonna be the top of the rib cage here is gonna grab a little more light, and then it's all darkness. But then some maybe of these muscles, maybe the fold in the suit, maybe those are the serratus anterior muscle that he's highlighting a little bit, and all the different flexor or extensor muscles in the forearm. There's a lot of stuff in there, a lot. But these guys do it. It's possible. So, but again, that's the job, right? You need to know your anatomy so well that you can draw it from any angle. And I don't know, I just think it's super fun to discover how the human body works. It's a fascinating machine. So let's take a look at these assignments. Very nice sketch. Yeah, that's a really good sketch. That's good. Yeah, with your cylinders, they're fine. Like I can still clearly see like the directions and everything, but make it a habit to draw thinner lines, because thinner lines require just you to be more precise overall. So when drawing a cylinder, these cylinders are good though. Like that's thin enough. It's more like these ones here, starting to get a little thick, where it's hard to see kind of like where the cap would be. That's just in those cases where you'd want to maybe thin the lines out a bit more. But yeah, overall your cylinders are really good. So that's great. You got a good eye for how volumes are organized in space. And yeah, like all of these are pretty much spot on. Yeah, that's good stuff. So like this is one example where this is not the kind of stuff that you would do forever, you know. This is really just to practice your observation. At some point you can just phase that out of your practice. You might actually be able to do that already. Just seeing this, like that's tells me a lot. This really is, it's positive, so so that's good. Large scale battle scenes, yeah. So yeah, anatomy gesture is still going to be for the most part the focus of any little box, you know, that you draw in your comics. The background's always there to support. Sometimes sure you'll have kind of like a background shot, but still the majority of the work will be character based, character focused. So focus the majority of your time towards that. It's just a more optimal way to practice to get to your goal faster. But yeah, in general, in comics, you know, if you draw everything yourself, it's about that ratio. 70% character lines, character drawings, character stuff, and 30% environment. And usually the environments will be pretty similar, so it's not like you need to know so much. You just need to know enough to draw the environments that you need to have in your comics. So usually that goes faster, so that's why. Yeah, I don't know if you tried, you know, with all of these here, but to remove the photo, if they're on a separate layer, to hide the photo so that you can see what you're left with here. And as long as these guys, like the cylinder mannequins, as long as they hold up pretty well, as long as they kind of convey the same pose, then you know you did a good job. If you hide the reference and you're like, not really sure like what this arm is doing here. So this, in this case, probably the arm would need to be maybe a little more foreshortened. So going towards the back a bit more. That one feels good. Yeah, maybe the forearm here could be a little, because it feels like this one here points down a little more and the forearm points up a little more in comparison. So we would want to open up the ending here, change the angle slightly. He's holding this thing. Yeah, and like this leg here, same idea. I think it's like a traces cylinder. It's a very compact cylinder. It's very foreshortened, a little more than what you have here. More foreshortening, the more you see the cap, the top or the bottom of the cylinder. But yeah, you get the right idea though. So most of these are really good. And I can't wait to see more from you. Well, that helps, Kevin. Moving on to Nathan. All right. Post-apocalyptic setting, female, late teens, stern and world-weary, clothing cobbled together from whatever she can find. All right. I remember this lady. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. She leveled up quite a bit. She found like a new dumpster to get a bunch of stuff from. Nice, look at you. That's cool. That's different, you know, she's like a pack mule now. Yeah, I like it. Like she's carrying her life pretty much. yoga mat in here. Hell yeah. She all set. Yeah, man, that's super cool. So last week I handed in a character where your feedback was that she wasn't really hooky. This week, this week I explored some different poses and outfits and came up with this version. Which, yep, I think I like this a lot better, a lot more unique. I think maybe the only thing is that it's now there's just a lot more stuff, right? It's maybe a little harder to understand what's going on back here, like what's holding this up. Like, what is that? Is that part of the backpack? And also another thing that's curious is that the this I'm just gonna call it a yoga mat, but it's not what it is. Like this roll here, her yoga mat is like not going in the same direction as her body, so that's kind of weird. You know, like you would expect probably if it's cylindrical and if it's like laying on her shoulders, probably follows the shoulder angle. You know, so if this arm is facing us, you'd probably expect this side of the mat to be visible, like complete opposite, essentially. Like more like that. You know, so it follows the perspective better. Now it's not. It should be longer this side. Oh boy. And then maybe that stuff in the back is kind of like strapped on top of it. So essentially just trying to make sense of the chaos, you know, because she's wearing a ton more stuff. But I think if you can organize this into like a iconic shape, yeah, that'd be quite nice. So yeah, maybe it's like this like scene from the front, you know, like you have the character, head, and then this big backpack with this mat kind of going across. And then these little strings kind of holding everything together. And then she's got a big gun on top of that. And then the rest of her body, kind of just this normal looking girl otherwise. With big shoes, big boots. And she's got a cloak, right? Yeah, it looks like she does. Yeah, that's nice. I like this a lot. So yeah, it's just a little chaotic. So I was just trying to organize the different items, you know, maybe in a way that allows her to live a more comfortable life. Because right now it's like, you know, if she just like makes a wrong movement, everything kind of falls apart. And she's always have to gather the stuff on the ground. Oh no, excuse me. So yeah, something that feels more compact, something that she can maybe fight with, and it wouldn't all go flying away. But that's a good direction though. I like this a lot. That's super cool. Love the gun now too. Yeah. Super cool, Nathan. So yeah, I hope that helps. Moving on. And Timmy. Okay week. Pretty good week. Less stress. Hope he had a good week too. Because yeah, we found a new place. So I'm still working on term 2 anatomy. I've really put in work with the head construction, and these are my best attempt at the past couple of weeks. Any tips or feedback that you would have for me? I feel like I'm ready to move on to the next lesson in term 2. I agree. These are pretty good. Pretty damn good. Yeah, construction is really good, really solid. Like in her case, you know, your female character here, her eyes may be a little too big. I mean, I know it's probably a style choice, but I think it changes her face quite a bit. The fact that her eyes are bigger, excuse me, and closer to the nose. I think like this maybe is a little too close together. As a result, let's try to apart a bit. Yeah, I think that works a little better. It's just pulling the eyes. About like 5%. Really not much. But with that said, like the construction is nice, very nice. I like to see all the guidelines in here. Everything is well constructed, nice and parallel. Yeah, very good. Very good. Yeah, have fun exploring the next class, because I think you're definitely comfortable enough to be moving ahead. I mean, I would still keep practicing this kind of stuff. Always good. Because yeah, your construction is good, and so it would be kind of like the step after that, you know. I would practice so construction and then basic facial features, kind of what you did here. I would focus more on that, a lot more of that. So heads in different angles, different perspectives, different types of heads. So kind of what you did here, kind of what you tackled, different races, different types of hair, different types of faces, female, male, in different angles. But just kind of like just the construction and like the first base, essentially going to this level. That's really good practice already. If you hide your lines here, you're left with, you know, something that's pretty good. Nice. And so I would focus on this. Do much more as you move along the rest of the term. Well, that helps. Moving on to Brandon. Oh yeah, got a Playboy demon. So I was busy this week from school and work. School during COVID is so difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the hell you guys do. Like when you have to go, the kids here, it's easy. They just stay at home. They do Zoom. And they're improving way more than when they were just in school. So school, I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. I'm just messing around. But yeah. I feel for you. Hang in there. So I could only fit the suggestion you made from last week. I was wondering if it looks right before I work on other areas. So I know the hand's wrong. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's Brandon's OnlyFans avatar. This guy's heating up the place. Ooh. Look at this. Look at these muscles. That is good, man. I like the styles that you have for the muscles. It's just like in this pose, you know, like the top is fine. I don't think I would change this, but maybe like the bottom here, the lower half of the abdomen. I think maybe I would maybe do something just with the shading, because this is like, it feels pretty deep, you know. The muscles down there, like flexed, but he's sitting, so it's just hard to flex the muscles when you're sitting down because they're kind of bent, you know. And this long strap that you go like, and then you try to flex it, but there's like some slack in it. So let's try to darken this and brighten these. So almost what I'm trying to do, in simpler version, is you have like a cylinder here, flat cylinder for the top part of the torso, and what I'm trying to do is orient it this way more. So like we look at the top of the chest and we look at the bottom of the lower of the pelvis. So this is this, and then down here is going to be more like that, right? So abs, and you have kind of like the pinch, like the fold in the middle where the belly button would be. And so this goes in, and this goes in, and so you have this curve and that curve, this curve here and that curve here, creating this little pinch here. Like his fat, well, in this case it's more like his muscle rolls. No, almost looks like a mouth. Fixed it. Yeah, just essentially just creating that fold, you know, in the torso bean in the front, because he looks pretty relaxed, you know. So even if he's pretty tight everywhere, he's still gonna get a little bit of a roll there. It's just you don't have a choice. That's what I mean, you know. Top of the body, lower body, the pinch here. The way that the light behaves on these surfaces is not gonna be the same. But yeah, you get that. As far as the rest, I mean, you did a really good job with the muscles. Like, this looks way better than before. He looks super aesthetic now. Huge chest. Yeah. Shoulders look pretty good. In the right place. Muscles, the biceps, triceps, everything makes sense. Maybe you could have slightly bigger or slightly thicker forearms, because he's pretty built, you know. And when you're built this way, it means that you lift a lot of stuff, you push a lot of stuff, you pull a lot of stuff, and that's all grip muscle. So this is gonna get bigger too. I can just naturally can make that. Give him some bigger, thicker forearms to go along with the rest. But yeah, man, coming along nice. Very nice. Nice Chad. Ryan, so the learner train has no breaks. Here's what I've been up to this week. Some work in all various stages of completion, but at the moment I'm working on a commission sheet so I don't become a starving artist. So from your perspective, do you think environments are worth even offering on commission sheets? Good question. Probably not. I think your gut feeling is right. I don't know that I know anybody that sells commissions for environments. There must be, right? There must be, but the market, I think, is probably a lot smaller for that. Because a lot of people, a lot of people that don't really know art will ask for commissions just because they want to see, like, just the shady character that they have in mind, that they've had, that they've been thinking about for years. They just don't have the skills to draw it, and usually it's going to be a character over an environment. Because it can be a character for for a game that you're playing, it can be a character for a story that they have in mind. It's just like it always revolves around a character. Any story is based on the character. It's always the character driving something. So yeah, probably characters only. I don't think that. I mean, you can still offer environments. Why not? Or more like characters plus environment. That might be a good offering. So it can be just a character against a flat background, or a character with a painted environment in the back, and that's more expensive. Could do that. But an environment by itself, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Now that my custom brush ban, what? Oh, brush ban, you mean? Is over. Are you going to take us all to Disneyland with your NFT money? My non-existing NFT money. Maybe one day. Maybe one day when the storm has passed, I'll venture into this. But not yet. Can just imagine the beautiful person whose eye this is from. That was very nice, man. Love that you're bolder with colors, and clearly those studies have paid off. Because yeah, like introducing all these weird colors in there, that looks so good. That's really good. Same thing here. Cool shapes, cool colors. It's just the composition works well too. Ryan, my man. Yeah, that was better, I think. Oh man, I want to see more of this. Is this the study, or are you starting something new? Because that's a cool environment. These colors against these colors. Ooh. Oh, that's high level stuff. Delicious recipe. Yeah, in her case, cute face. What would happen if you go like this? Probably would push it out instead of pushing it like under the armpits. So probably you would have an overlap this way. So this overlapping this, and this overlapping this. This hand here, this arm here, What is it doing? Where are you going? Yeah, in any case, yeah, that kind of works. Just kind of an awkward pose, like ooh. Both arms kind of trying to enter her torso. But nice face. Yeah, it's cute. Right on, dude. Very nice. Very nice. Uh-oh. Yeah. Saved by the escape button. Alright, Ryan. Uh-oh. We got a war of the Ryans. The better Ryan here. What you gonna do about that? Learning Ryan. I hope your weekend is wonderful. It is so far, so if you do not mind it, tell me one thing you're looking forward to this weekend. For me, it was getting beer cheese? What the hell is that? Beer cheese from my local. That's a European term that I'm not sure I know what you refer to. Oh, beer cheese. Huh. Ah, so it's like a dip. Learn something every day. In case there are other idiots in the chat who didn't know this. Oh, I don't think I've ever had something like this. That is completely new to me. And I am intrigued. Huh. Alright. Slightly jealous. So I've made this character without reference. Don't be mad at me. I just wanted to see if I could do it. The shaking portion looks a little stiff, but the jumping portion looks great. Yeah, I agree. Anything you can give feedback on for improvement. Lucky for you this time, I agree. Yeah, the jumping one is really good. It's like a tricky pose too to imagine, like jumping above, like what happens with his hands. But that's pretty convincing. Yeah. Maybe like his knee, I would make it a little bit more pointy. But the standing pose, I think, is just, it just looks more like a kid, you know? I think it's just the verticality of this person. No, that doesn't help at all. Maybe just do the legs. Yeah, not the cleanest way to do it, but with longer legs, it's helping him a bit look more manly. I think now his hands, his arms just need to be a little longer too. Because they need to be able to reach the crotch. You know, how is he gonna go pee otherwise? He's gonna make a mess. Yeah, like when you skate, you'll probably be leaning forward a bit more, right? Trying to transfer your weight forward so that, yeah, as you're falling, basically the board's catching up to you and you're not falling, you're just moving forward. So yeah, maybe hunched over a little bit more and like hands pretty much in any other position than this. It's like weird pose for the hands, but I like the legs though. Legs work quite well. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, he's just a little short, and his hands, his arm position is a little awkward, but it works, you know. They were short compared to everything else, but the hands themselves look good. The arms look good. So it's just making them a little longer. Just like the legs, they look good. They're just a little short. Yeah, like the outfit, the fold in here, all of that is very nice, very nice. Why am I looking at it upside down? I forgot what I was gonna do with this. Oh yeah, I took out his arms. I wanted to try and maybe place it in a way that's a little more dynamic. I don't know. I don't skateboard anymore. It's been too many years. I forgot what's tense. I don't know. The sound effects didn't help me visualize it, unfortunately. Which goes in front? So the shoulder leads the same foot. So I'm trying to lean him forward a bit more. Whatever. I don't know what this hand is gonna do, but yeah, I think it's just the position of the arms, position of the torso. But I have no visual library for people that are skateboarding, so I'm just trying things here, hoping I land on something that looks alright, but not the best way to work. We'd probably need to find a bunch of references for this, and so should you. Can't imagine Ryan at the pub just watching this. Sure. That's making me so hungry. Why did you talk about that? Why did I look this up? Yeah, hand positions. That's gonna impact the silhouette so much, impact the action so much, and position the arms, position like all of this, all the gesture so important. So one thing that you can do though, like if you want to do more of this, you know, like more like finished drawings, but not too polished, is you start with a bunch of gesture drawings, you know, gesture studies. So you do a bunch, and then if you have one that's a little more dynamic that you kind of like, then you can finish it up. And since it was based off of a reference, of course you're not looking at all the anatomy, all that stuff, so it's going to be still a little bit of a challenge. You know, you need to fill in the gaps, but this way you start from a base that you know is correct, and then even if you wing it after that, even if you just look a little bit at the reference and then kind of wing the rest, you can always go back to the reference in case something goes wrong. Anyways, moving on to the last one here. Liviu. Oh, snappity snap. That's a lot of stuff. All right. That's a lot to take in. All right. Not a whole lot to show for what? Are you serious? Not a whole lot to show for this week, as the gang and I have been too busy making bank and cornering the nifty market with our rare VVs. I'm proud of you. However, I've been doing some life drawing and will love a bit of feedback on my gesture sketches, poses, etc. How many did you sell it for? How many millions? Honestly, I find it so hard to get anything out of this exercise when coming back to reflect on it. All I ever see when I look back at the faster gestures as well sucked and looks unprofessional and accurate. Even the longer ones kind of tell me nothing much, except I guess I need to take more time to do these, and it just feels like I wasted time because I don't see enough to learn. Anything. Oh snap. Whoa, look at you guys. Damn. Damn. That's cool. Alright, so zero so far. 0 million so far. Maybe you're not doing enough. So I do it with I do this, I do gesture drawing now every week with the whole family, kids included. So I get kind of get their feedback, feedback from the wife too, and I can see also like at what point it starts to shift, when like the drawings start to get better. And usually it's after like about a dozen. Like the first dozen characters gonna be like, even mine, they're kind of weak. But after that, that's when you feel like, oh, I'm warming up now. It feels a little better. It starts to flow a little more. So if the feeling is that you don't have enough time, then spend more time. It's way better to be satisfied with a drawing and spend maybe double the time on it than spend half the time and not be happy at all with it, and kind of just discard it as something that you never did. And it's gonna be a little trickier too, but for these, try to find and try to select references that you will potentially use as a reference in the future. Like if VV is always running or something, and you know that you'll need to draw a lot of running VVs. Woo! That one's probably worth at least $5 million. But yeah, if you do a lot of those, then find running poses and practice drawing the gesture for that. Excuse me, my voice is shut. But practice during the gesture for somebody that's running, maybe at a different part of the cycle. And since this is going to have potentially like a direct use for you in the future in the comics, I would guess that you would learn that it'll stick a little more. Yeah, I was trying to zoom in here. Enhance. No way. Just kidding. But yeah, try to find those kinds of references. So it's gonna be like a little bit of work initially to find those references, but almost like trying to come up with a folder, like a folder of references that each of them you see as potentially being useful in the comic. Okay, perfect. So you're already doing that. I will see myself out. Well, yeah. That's all I had. I'm trying to like. Oh, another thing that you could try is look at because I'm mentioning it because it made a huge difference for my wife's drawings. So the first couple ones that she did, like the first day, they were pretty rough, like a lot of wasted lines, a lot of like no clear direction, no clear technique to use. But we watched a bunch of gesture drawing artists on YouTube. Who was it? I think it was this girl named April something. Was it April? Either way, find those that you like. Find like people that have a style that you connect with. And anyway, so she looked. She watched a bunch of April's. I don't even know if that's her name, but a bunch of April's drawings as she does it, like in real time, and just almost just like that, the next drawings were way better, way better, almost like a different person. And so, yeah, you pick a lot of stuff from other people, like steal bits of their recipes to help you essentially complete the task better. Because the way I do it, maybe for you, like a different way might work better, might come more naturally. So look at a bunch of different artists. Look at how they trace, like the way that they trace their lines, even just their technique with their hands, how they treat certain lines, and like where they put the emphasis and where they leave things a little bit more unfinished maybe. So but yeah, as long as you're doing that, as long as you use references that are relevant for you guys, you should get more out of those references. But I don't know, man. All of these, like the biggest issue I think is just line quality. Like out of panic, you're like, because that's something that a lot of I do gesture drawing, but I'm not like a gesture drawing master. Like some people that's all they do. They just love it so much. And you'll see, and now that's what I do too. I learn from them, so it makes a huge difference when you think of every line. So instead of because yeah, this is like nervous filler. It's like saying like and it's that kind of stuff, except with lines. And so instead, like, think about it. Where is this going to go? And go a little slower so that each line has a lot of meaning, a lot of weight. And that's what separates like the really, really good gesture drawers, gesture drawing artists. Is that a category? Anyways. And they will have very few lines, but each line just has a ton of impact on the drawing. So that's kind of all I got. I hope that makes sense. And what's up, Scott? Right at the end. Peace out, Scott. So that's gonna be it for today. So another fun stream for me. So, yep, let me save that. There we go. Had a good weekend so far. Good start of the weekend. And now I am going to get dinner because it's pretty late here. Thanks so much, guys, for hanging out. And I hope this was helpful. If you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube, as usual, if you watch the whole thing, big congratulations. That's impressive in of itself. But also, if you want to get your art review like this, you'll find more information about the art program down in the description below. And yeah, as a student, you can attend every single week and get your art reviewed like this, and hang out with the art gang and Discord and here in a chat. And yeah, we brainstormed a lot of really, really good ideas for different sources of income, mostly mostly around OnlyFans. So yeah, a lot of things to explore, and I'll see you guys next time. So hope you have a good rest of your weekend, a good creative week ahead of you. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out.